the deck stop. So when they come up, them started. So there's a folder name presenters, and me I gonna leave this open.
Let's give our drummers a round of applause. I know persons are still being refreshed, but we are getting ready to begin. Minister of Justice, Honorable Delroy Chuck. Minister of State, Education and Youth, Honorable Marcia Smith. Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Justice, Grayson Stewart McFarlane. Custos Rotulorum of St. Andrew, the Honorable Ian Forbes. Chief Technical Director, MOJ, Ms. Kayla Sewell Mills. Principal Director, Social Justice Division, Ms. Jamie Ann Chavans. Director, Restorative Justice Branch, Ms. Joanna Lee Robertson. Executive and other members of staff, specially invited guests, members of the media, those viewing via the ministry's YouTube channel, good morning. I am Kamar Kennedy, Restorative Justice Officer for Pembroke Hall, Restorative Justice Center.
And I am O'Shane Haynes, Acting Director, Property Safety and Security Management Branch within the Ministry of Justice. And we will be the moderators for today. Let me apologize for the Permanent Secretary who is on her way. She'll be here shortly. Also, we're quite honored this morning to be involved in this year's Restorative Justice Week, and particularly today's event, which is staged in the 15th Annual Restorative Justice Conference.
With over 20 centers island-wide, staffed with competent parish and field restorative justice officers, and supported by our dedicated facilitators and community supporters, the ministry remains committed to delivering justice that heals.
The RJ branch prides itself in delivering sensitizations, conducting case conferences, providing RP workshops in schools, churches, and other organizations, as well as the execution of training to individuals desirous of becoming RJ facilitators, RP trainers, and RP trainer of trainers.
What the Restorative Justice Program provides for us is a collaborative resolve of dealing with offenses and managing the implications for future offenses. In this, our 15th year, the conference is being held under the theme, Transformation, Peace and Harmony through Restorative Justice. We will hear the testimonials of those who have experienced the healing that restorative justice brings, as well as the foundational framework that is required to achieve sustainable transformation, to achieve peace and harmony.
Let us begin today's proceeding by inviting one of our veteran facilitators, Reverend Derek Coward, to open for us in prayer.
Pleasant morning, everyone. This is the day that the Lord hath made. We ought to be rejoicing. We ought to be appreciative and giving thanks. Let us pray. Please bow your hearts in prayer. Almighty God and our Heavenly Father, this morning we lift you up. We give you thanks for who you are, your Lord and your God. We're extremely happy that we could be privileged, oh God, to see the 15th annual Restorative Justice Conference. And here we are gathered, oh Father, from far and near, just to testify of the wonderful things that this, intervention has done to Jamaica land we love. We humbly ask that a blessing be upon, the chairpersons, a blessing be upon our hard-working Minister of Justice, our Honorable Custos, all the stakeholders, all the participants who are here, oh God. We just pray that your spirit will be with us throughout this morning's proceedings. Guide our deliberations. We humbly ask that you may bless the students, those who are in cyberspace looking on, participating. We humbly ask that everyone will be edified. We humbly ask that as we are edified, your name will be glorified. We now commit this function to you in Jesus' name.
Let me now invite the Custos Rotulorum for St. Andrew, Honorable Ian Forbes, to give us his official welcome.
Honorable Delroy Chuck, Minister of Justice, the Honorable Marsha Smith, Member of Parliament representing Minister of Education and Youth, the Honorable Fayval Williams, Permanent Secretary, the Ministry of Justice, Ms. Grace and Stuart McFarlane, Scaler Sewell Mills, Chief Technical Director, Ministry of Justice, Ms. Jamie Ann Chevans, Principal Director, Social Justice Division, Ms. Jonah Lee Robertson, Director, Restorative Justice Branch, Mr. Richard Troop, Director, Safety and Security, the Ministry of Education, other executives and members of staff, specially invited guests, the media, those viewing on the ministry's YouTube channel, good morning. It is a pleasure to be here this morning to welcome you to the Restorative Justice Conference as part of the 15th staging of the National Restorative Justice Week under the theme, Transformation, Peace and Harmony through Restorative Justice. A very fitting theme when looking at the state of crime and other antisocial behavior in our society. The National Restorative Justice Program has greatly assisted the dispute resolution process and has become an integral part of the criminal justice system. The core mission of restorative justice is the resolution of conflict by having all parties involved come together to reach an agreement. Victims and offenders benefit when there can be meaningful dialogue, apologies for actions, the opportunity to make things right, and the satisfaction of knowing that the issue has been resolved. So restorative justice repairs the harm caused by the offense. It helps to reintegrate the offender into the community or family and helps to achieve a sense of healing for the victim and the community. The high incidence of fatalities as a result of domestic violence results because many of us seem to be unable to resolve conflict peacefully. Children who witness violence in the home often internalize these actions and sometimes demonstrate the antisocial behavior during interactions at school. Angry adults who are unable rationally to resolve differences rationally may find themselves on the wrong side of the law. Justice, peace, and love are ideals for which our society must strive. I wish to commend the Ministry of Justice for providing this forum to facilitate the interaction of our key stakeholders to come together to collaborate by sharing and getting information from the experts. The Ministry of Justice, in partnering with the Ministry of Education and Youth, in furtherance of the commitment to the process of restorative justice, is a masterstroke, and the visionaries must be commended. This partnership will provide greater access to a key stakeholder group, or youth. I implore everyone to take the opportunity to fully participate in the day's activities. And in closing, I just wish to ask everyone to reflect on a line from a very famous hymn. And it goes like this: "Let there be peace on earth, and let it begin with me." Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you and welcome.
Thank you, Custos Forbes, for that warm welcome. We hope to have a very insightful time together as we discuss transformation through restorative justice. Ladies and gentlemen, the Ministry of Justice remains committed to sharing the tenets of RJ to ensure conflict resolution as Jamaicans learn to talk it out, not fight it out. Let us, therefore, hear more about restorative justice. I now invite our Principal Director of the Social Justice Division, Ms. Jamie Ann Shavans, to give us an overview of the Restorative Justice Program. Ladies and gentlemen, make her welcome.
Everyone, thank you all for joining us. All protocols observed, if I may, in the interest of time. So, as it was said, my name is Jamie Ann Shavans, Principal Director for the Social Justice Division in the Ministry of Justice. And today I'm here to provide an overview of the Restorative Justice Program, not just to those who are physically present, but to everyone tuned in via the live stream on our YouTube platform, Ministry of Justice Jamaica, or listening on Nationwide News Network. The year gone was certainly a journey. Many did not survive 2023, and here we are in year 2024. Isn't it a blessing? Exactly. The Ministry of Justice is encouraging every Jamaican to invest in a justice that heals. Restorative justice, or RJ as we affectionately call it, is a free, accessible, convenient, and effective tool used to alternatively resolve conflicts and disputes by promoting peace and harmony. As citizens, we must no longer support the doings of wrong. Violence to a stranger or a neighbor or a family member is not the answer. As Jamaica becomes further developed with an increase in real estate, so too must Jamaicans and the members present here, and the members present here, increase their participation in the Restorative Justice Program, offered through the Social Justice Division of the Ministry of Justice. For more than a decade, restorative justice has continued to provide a safe space for Jamaicans from all walks of life to sit and talk things out. Again, violence is not the answer, which is why we are promoting talk it out, don't fight it out. Our centers island-wide are staffed with competent, passionate, dedicated parish and field RJ officers, supported by our many dedicated facilitators and community supporters who remain committed to delivering justice that heals. The ministry has opened over 20 restorative justice centers to ensure that all individuals throughout Jamaica can benefit from restorative justice interventions. Since the start of this fiscal year, we have facilitated hundreds of case conferences to address harm and repair relationships benefiting over 7,000 individuals. provided RP training in schools, reaching 12,000 participants. We have signed an MOU with local churches, represented by 12 different denominations, to provide RP training in churches across the island. The team has also delivered over 1,200 sensitizations, benefiting more than 22,000 Jamaicans. And we continue to have a 90% success rate for court referrals and an 80% success rate for RJ interventions. And we are committed to doing more. The RJ branch prides itself in delivering sensitizations, conducting case conferences, providing RP workshops in schools, churches, and organizations, as well as the execution of training to individuals desirous of becoming RJ facilitators, RP trainers, and RP trainer of trainers. For too long, we have been crying out for justice. And I'm sure everyone remembers Rosie, right? So for too long, we have been crying out for justice. But RJ is here to save the day. The Ministry of Justice has not only heard, but we have also responded to the cries through the establishment of the Social Justice Division and the provision of alternative justice services. We are committed to a safe, secure, just, and cohesive Jamaican society. RJ is not a secret. What is required of us is no longer a secret. And so today, we stage the 15th Restorative Justice Conference under the theme, Transformation, Peace, and Harmony through Restorative Justice. Let us commit to giving all to making justice accessible to Jamaicans. Do this with restorative justice. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chavans. In 2022, the Ministry of Justice signed the first Memorandum of Understanding with the Ministry of Education and Youth to provide restorative practice training to schools and students and teachers. In 2024, the second MOU was signed with the MOEY to continue the school RP, which has to date benefited over 12,000 participants. Let us hear some more about this partnership. I now invite the Minister of State in the Ministry of Education and Youth to speak some more on this. I invite the Honorable Marsha Smith, Minister of State in the Ministry of Education and Youth.
Yes, hello, good morning. Yes, it is my pleasure to greet you this morning, representing the Minister of Education and Youth, the Honorable Fayval Williams. I'd like to just greet specially persons here, and so to our Masters of Ceremony, Mr. Moy Campbell and Mr. O'Shane Haynes, I greet you well. And to our very dynamic Minister of Justice, the Honorable Delroy Chuck, who is always on the beat, preaching alternative methods to resolving conflicts as being the most effective way to ensure that justice is seen in a real and concrete way in the country, not just through our court system. I also greet the Honorable Ian Forbes, Custos Rotulorum for the parish of St. Andrew. You know, our justices of the peace play such a crucial role in ensuring that restorative justice becomes second nature to us as Jamaica. And so I'm very happy, sir, to see you here with us today. I know that the Honorable Mr. Justice Chester Crooks is not here as yet, but I duly acknowledge that he will be a part of today's proceedings, because when it is that restorative justice does not work or does not go to the full extent of the law, our court system is there to back us up. And our parish judges are the ones who are really on the forefront of ensuring that restorative justice is a part of the criminal justice landscape. Ms. Jamie Ann Shevans, the Principal Director of the Social Justice Division of the Ministry of Justice, and the other team members from the Ministry of Justice who are here today. And from my own ministry, Mr. Richard Troop, the Director of Safety and Security in Schools, and other MOEY team members. We have international and local partners with us today. The media is here, such a valuable partner in ensuring that the message gets out there. And all you ladies and gentlemen, very good to see you this morning. We at the Ministry of Education and Youth welcome the opportunity to participate in another Restorative Justice Conference as you mark Restorative Justice Week for 2024. The importance of maintaining the continuing focus on restorative justice practices within the wider population can never be overstated. Given the frequent interpersonal, intrafamily, and internal community conflicts that sometimes escalate, unfortunately, into violent confrontation. We are all aware of issues such as decline in discipline, violence among the youth, crimes committed by juveniles, antisocial behavior in schools, and just a general decline in the respect for each other globally. Here in Jamaica, educators and learners are now the victims of intimidation, harassment, verbal and physical assaults by other educators, other learners, and parents. We have all seen the news reports. There have been some this week. There was some last week. We have also seen the TikTok videos of our school children, and I can tell you I do not like to view them because it pains my heart. And so when we recognize the problem that confronts us as a people, the efforts to implement and sustain restorative justice as an approach to resolving dispute, which gives victims the opportunity to address the full impact of the violence, as well as giving offenders an opportunity to take responsibility for their actions, is always welcome. The collaboration between the Ministry of Education and Youth and the Ministry of Justice over the several years to provide training workshops aimed at preventing and reducing conflict in our schools, and extending that same training to impact our homes and our communities is something that we are putting in full focus this week. At the Ministry of Education and Youth, our Safety and Security Schools Unit is so integral in ensuring that these programs provide logistical support to our schools. The overarching aim of the program is really the promotion of peaceful and safe school communities. And when I look at your theme for this year, transformation, peace, and harmony through restorative justice, I can see that very, very clear connection. Now, once we have these programs going on in our schools, the aim is really to improve capacity building among all the stakeholders to know how to do it. Not everyone is naturally a peacemaker. Some persons have to be taught the techniques of peacemaking. And so the building up of that capacity among our school administrators, our students, and our parents lays the groundwork for facilitating a safer school community and, by extension, a safer community. We also want to ensure that our school administrators have in their arsenals weapons against indiscipline that include viable alternatives to detention and exclusion from school activities. We know that traditionally our school systems have focused on punitive methods to manage indiscipline and maladaptive behaviors among students. And so therefore, this change towards restorative justice is very welcome because it allows for the healing to take place within our communities and among our stakeholders. And we are on trend with what is happening globally. In more recent times, schools across the globe have launched these types of initiatives to promote peace among stakeholders. This approach has the capacity to build among us as people empathy, self-esteem, nonviolent communication, and peaceful conflict management. The restorative justice program in our school system complements the other community-based restorative justice programs, and communities who feel the impact of restorative justice appreciate and welcome the access that these training programs have done in their communities to address long-standing disputes. Now, the success of all of these programs is dependent on the collaborative work of all of us, our police, our social workers, our justices of the peace, the church, and the community. It is important that we ramp up all our efforts to get the message across the country that restorative justice is a better way of making our communities places to live and interact with each other safely. And I'll just leave you with a simple word: blessed are the peacemakers. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Marcia Smith. I now invite the minister who is dedicated to spreading the good news of RJ to every nook and cranny. This minister believes in RJ, and he is none other than the Honorable Delroy Chuck to deliver your remarks, sir.
Thank you very much, Masters of Ceremonies. Honorable Ian Forbes, Custos, Rotulorum for St. Andrew, Minister Marcia Smith, Richard Troop, Director of the Safety Division, Ms. Jamie Shivans, our Social Policy Director, and all of the members of the Ministry of Justice who are here, either in the restorative justice centers, the volunteers who are considered part of the Ministry of Justice, members of the media, welcome, and I thank you all for being here. Minister Marcia Smith has taken away my speech, so I put it down. I couldn't bring it, so I have to speak off the cuff. As was said, I preach restorative justice. I ask myself, as I ask everyone as I go in the ministry and to the justice centers, with such a successful program, such a strong and powerful tool to heal conflicts, to reconcile parties, why is it not being used more? Is it that we at the Ministry of Justice, in the justice centers, are we doing enough to get this program sensitized so that more people can use it? And that is why I'm so happy, Minister Marcia Smith and Mr. Troop, that we have got into this MOU with the Ministry of Education. And you know that it is bearing fruit. But we want to be able to put it in all the schools. And you also want to be able for every child in the school to know about RG. Last year, as I toured parishes and I go to the schools and I meet school children who have heard about restorative justice, not one hand goes up. That is not where we have done the course, but I'm talking in the rural areas. And it saddened me that, you know, we are trying our best to preach. So my presentation this morning is to invite all of you here, who are all facilitators or volunteers for RG. We now have to move with missionary zeal. Not only in the schools, but in the churches, the communities, the business places, the construction sites. Because Jamaica is plagued with violence. And I'm happy that since the beginning of the year, we have had a 24% reduction in murders. We should be proud of that. Thank the police for the outstanding work they're doing. Maybe there were some persons who resolved conflicts before they decided to use violence, and therefore that may have saved a killing or avoided a killing. But the truth is that we know that if persons can resolve disputes and conflicts peacefully, we can have less murders. And that is why I say RJ and other alternative dispute resolution, if we can get it into the minds and into the culture of our society, of our people and our societies, then we can continue to reduce murders, which we have to do. It is just not right that we can have over 1,000 murders per year. And I hope that 2024, for the first time perhaps in 30 odd years, we can see murders drop in below 1,000. Wouldn't that be great? But I say we can't leave it to the police alone. The citizens of this country must all be prepared to be informers. Because I tell you, I'm the biggest informer. All informers are heroes. And where they see persons with guns or threatening violence, bring the police into it. Let us see if we can prevent a few of these criminal activities and also murder. And I know that there are other partners in the society who must also contribute. I speak to the JPs regularly. Ask them what part can they play. Because over 30% of our murders are from domestic dispute. Husband and wife can't get along. Mother and child can't get along. Father and son. You see how many domestic murders occur regularly? Over 300 per year. And I know that restorative justice can play a part. The testimonials are such that when you listen to them, you ask, why doesn't Jamaica know more about this healing power of restorative justice? One of them I remember while I was sitting there, of this woman, this daughter who killed her mother. She's still in custody. But she somehow heard about restorative justice while in prison. And she said she would like to speak to her sisters. None of them wanted to speak to her. Somehow, however, our facilitator was able to get a couple of her sisters to sit with her and talk, and she explained what the problem she was having with her mother. And after the circle was going on, the restorative justice circle was going on, And when they heard the problems she had, she was living with her mother, they all broke down and cried on one another's shoulder. And the sisters who never wanted to see her again now visit her regularly in the custody. And I'm saying, she said if she had only known about restorative justice before, she could have avoided the killing of her mother. And I'm saying to you, facilitators, we're going to help you to go into the nooks and crannies. And I'll be harassing the permanent secretary and the financial director to let go some money. You hear, Mr. Rennie? Because when we ask you to go out and speak in the schools, in the churches, in the communities, we do pay a stipend. But I think the Ministry of Justice is holding too tight a rein on this money. That is not to say that you must abuse it. What is happening also, I say to the Justice Center, Restorative Justice Centers, be kind. Don't feel that because a person has done 6 or 8 sessions, they're making more money than you. It's neither here nor there. They're going out doing good work. So if they make 50,000 or 100,000 for the week or the month, and they're doing a good job, allow them to continue. And we want more of the 400 trained facilitators to take on this responsibility. Not that you go out and you go talk to a community and you ask for the stipend. And before you go out and speak to a community group, go to a site because you're invited to speak. Make sure you get the approval to go. Otherwise, you're not going to get the stipend. I think that's natural. Accountability is very important. But I'm going to ensure that for the rest of the year, that the money bag sort of open up a bit more. Because you're doing a fantastic job. And it is important, as I spoke with Minister Williams, we can get some of their money too. The Ministry of Education has a lot of money. Its budget is 100 times the Ministry of Justice. So, Minister Marsha Smith and Mr. Richard Troop, carve out a couple 100,000 for me, a couple million, that you will pay our restorative justice facilitators when they go and do sessions in the schools. We can work together. The point about it is that we have so many good facilitators who can put on 2-hour sessions in classrooms, who can put on 2-day sessions for parents and community members. And I'm saying to all of you here who are facilitators and volunteers, get ready to map out all of Jamaica so that all of Jamaica can know about restorative justice. Show them one of the book. Richard, let me have one of those. This book. I told Jamie we're going to print 1,000. We're going to print 5,000 copies. And when you're going to the... I don't know where we're going to get the money from, but we'll find it. This book has a lot of details about restorative justice. And when you go into the communities, read some of what is in it. You have seen it. To the people, how RJ heals, restores, and reconciles. Because the material is there. And when you go out, you then train them how to avoid conflicts. And if they're in conflicts, how to resolve the conflict. And a lot of the material is here in this book that you can teach and people can learn. It's a green paper that was presented in Parliament. But I need more buying. to this green paper and to the healing power of restorative justice. But you, facilitators, you must be the messenger. You must be the apostle, the apostles of RJ. And that is why I say, from now on, you have a long task ahead of you. We must play our part to reduce murders in this country, to reduce violence, to reduce indiscipline and wrongdoing. And I know we can if you just go out and preach the message of restorative justice. So please, I'm going to beg you, keep in touch with Jamie. Let me know if the money bag open. Not for you to enrich yourself, but to go out and preach the gospel of restorative justice. I thank all of you. Have a good conference.
Our very passionate Minister of Justice, Honorable Delroy Chuck. Please give him another round of applause. But ladies and gentlemen, we can't talk about the transformation and boast about the tremendous work of RJ. You must agree with me, it's tremendous. Without hearing from those who it has impacted and the healing that it has provided. So now we're going to hear two testimonials of the Restorative Justice Program and how it has helped these individuals. We now invite Mr. Clinton Loney, followed by Mr. Bishop Thorpe, to share their stories with us. Mr. Loney, please give them a round of applause as they come. So it's Mr. Loney, followed by Mr. Thorpe.
Praise God. It was sudden, man. It was very sudden, you know. Praise God. Good afternoon. Let me copy all protocol observed. Amen. I am Clinton Loney, pastor of the Victory Churches International of Jamaica, and also a Justice of the Peace. The ministry located at 144 King Street, Upper King Street. This ministry was started in Raytown, Southside, 99, when actually almost 20 years of violence was in that community, Southside, Raytown. The Lord sent me down there. Thank you, Lord. I want to take, I don't want to spend a long time, so I'm trying to envelop what I want to say so that it can be clear. I think the best place to start is where I was born. I am from Westmoreland. Family of 8, 6 children, mother and father, they were married. My dad was a guy who liked the ladies and the ladies liked him. But my mom was always a born-again believer. Grew up in the Moravian Church and Salvation Army, New Works District in Westmoreland. I went into Kingston, and when I was about to leave the country, I was thinking of going back to school. But my father's behavior caused me to leave the country before time. Join my sister in Spanish Town. I do cabinet making, work with one of the biggest establishing companies in Jamaica, Jamaica Heritage Furnishing Company, which I I know my stuff. I can make anything, almost. 41 years ago, the Lord called me into the ministry. I'm full-time. I'm now serving 41 years in the ministry, full-time. I got 2 children before I actually surrendered to the Lord, because you can imagine I was backsliding, leaving country. I was mama little last boy with very clothing, and you came into Kingston, the Lord gave me a little short run and a short catch. I got 2 children. And the Lord saved me out of a situation, witchcraft and stuff like that. You know, my work and family. Didn't get married to that lady, really. So the Lord called me into the ministry. My only fear was getting married. My only fear in the ministry was to get married, and it don't work. Like Job, so say, so done. I still careful how I talk, because somewhere along the line, I'm still trying to cover up people, if you can understand. Just apply wisdom to what I'm saying. But I'm here to say, if you look at this hand, you see one of them it look tall to you, one bend, right? Right here, it's a bullet going to this hand, knock it out. That happened the 11th of January, 2013. And all to know, this is caused from domestic violence. I went away last year, and I work with the CSSC, Kingston Central. So while I was away, I got a call that they're going to have a meeting in Fletcher's Land. So I came, and for the first time I went on the street in the community. There is a corporal by the name of Corporal Cornwall. He had me stuck, listening, talking about domestic violence. And for the first time, I was impressed to work with CSSC, with CSSC Kingston Central. And we've been doing a tremendous work in CSSC. Then, a long-time friend that I have in the ministry, no other than Pastor Ava. We run into each other at the CSSC meeting. So we connected again. Then she said, listen, I need you to come into a conference with me with RJ over in Denham Town. I said, no problem, man. Let me check my schedule. I will be there. For the past few weeks, I'm there with her and the rest of the team. Precious team been there working. They are doing a good job. Good job. Then I run into Tivoli Garden. Yesterday we were at Pope Church. There, you know about that there. Now, the system that the police use, just a little, forgive me that I say, a stupid little box. You don't go on street with that stuff. You know what I mean? We need more. We need to, if we want to talk to people, they need to be clear. And this little stuff down here, if you're over there, you don't hear nothing. I don't go on the street with that stuff for Jesus. Amen. What did you say? Oh, go ahead. Okay. So I have an evangelical set that I use to preach Jesus Christ and Him crucified. I said, you know what, man? I'm going to go with you. No, since then we've been doing a tremendous job. So I want to say to us as a Jamaican people, you're looking so lovely. We are so beautiful, eh? Well, I'm saying this morning, I'm getting a little energy now, the blood of Jesus. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something, man. I'm prophesying today, Jamaica will be restored the blood of Jesus. Let God arise. Enemies be scattered in Jesus' name. We're going to take this country by force with restorative justice, the blood of Jesus. Give him some praise, the blood of Jesus. We're going to take our country back. Let God arise. Enemies be scattered in Jesus' name, the blood of Jesus. Fire to the enemy, the blood of Jesus. We're going to take back Jamaica for Jesus. I love what the minister said. I love it. I love to be in something that carries result. I don't mess around. I'm a no-nonsense man. The blood of... You have a blessed day, man. Keep on doing what we are doing, but I am in this thing 100% because this is what the church been doing for years. And we need the government with us, the blood of... Listen, I want to make a statement now. It's not the church with the government, you know. It's the government and the church. Church and state work together. Give God a praise, the blood of...
A true testimonial to the power of RJ. Give him a round of applause. And we can't say just a good testimony without thanking the persons who are on the ground. Our officers, our parish officers, our field officers, you, our facilitators, your community supporters. We could have done all of this without you. So give yourselves another round of applause. Now, the next person who is coming will be very short and spicy. So we're now going to invite Mr. Thorpe, Bishop Thorpe, please come, sir. You only have, Right, sir. Please give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, everybody. I have 3 minutes. So if they give me 5 and I take 3, there can be no problem. All protocol observed. Good morning again, everybody. I am here. I'm Bishop John Thorpe, and I'm here this morning as sorry, I won't preach, so don't worry. I'm here to tell you about the benefits of RJ. To me, I am a recipient of the, I call it in church term, the blessing of restorative justice. All right? Now, I'll just give you my story in short and come down. While being a pastor, I realize that there are times the church need to work with the state. I don't think it should be the church over here struggling or the state over here struggling. I think that the unity, if we could bind them together. So what we find that the restorative justice did is to have a sort of soft hand to justice. So it don't just cut you, but it heals. And also, what we find at the end of the road is forgiveness. And if you go to the court, no, I'm not discounting anything, but I'm just saying, if you go to the court and you even win the case, you can still have animosity. What restorative justice did for me, it was a situation my son, we had, I don't know what happened, but I can say an invisible hand come in and disturb our relationship so much that I feel I need help. And I went to restorative justice. And believe me, today, I have 5 children, and he's the nearest one to me. He is the nearest one. Every day he called me. Every day he called me. He just, as a matter of fact, the suit that I have on now, it came from him. so I am telling you, it's really a success story. And I speak to Miss Morris. I say, I think I should be more active as a pastor, as a justice of the peace. I think I should be more active in this thing. I think I'll be able to help people out there and tell them the virtues of restorative justice. So, I applaud restorative justice today, and my 3 minutes is up. Thank you very much.
RJ does that. Yes, it does that. So let me thank you again, Reverend Bishop Thorpe and Reverend Loney. It's always good to hear stories of reconciliation, and I'm tempted to say amen. It's always good to hear stories of reconciliation. So, the Ministry of Justice recently submitted the Restorative Justice Green Paper in Parliament regarding amendments to be made to the RJ policy. Today, we'll discuss in details the policy and hope to gain beneficial feedback to help advance the works of the Social Justice Division in executing restorative justice across the island. But before we crave your feedback, let us invite Ms. Cara Knight, Senior Policy Analyst at the Ministry of Justice, to take us through the policy. Let us welcome Ms. Knight.
Good morning, everyone. I know. I'm going to shift. Oh, goodness. I'm going to stand to one side. Alrighty. I am not sure how we're supposed to get this up on the screen. I do have a presentation, but please allow me to accept the protocol that's already been established. And again, say good morning to you. Today I'll be giving an overview of the, oh, sorry, microphone and can't see me. It's, okay, let's do this. There we go. All right, I'll be providing an overview on the Green Paper, Restorative Justice Policy. As our wonderful Master of Ceremonies said, this is part of the consultative process towards the creation of the white paper, which we're hoping to submit before the end of this financial year. So please allow me to just get this up. All right, perfect. So some of the things we'll be looking at today, very briefly, because I'm very eager to get to our keynote speaker, is the foundation of the policy and law, as well as an overview of the national RJ policy. And we're going to have a little bit of a discussion on the areas that we're still seeking some public feedback from. Something I'm going to keep repeating is the email address that we have for policy feedback from you, our very valuable stakeholders. It's policyfeedback@moj.gov.jm. I'm going to bring it up a few times in the presentation. This email comes directly to me as well as to my director. And we are open to any suggestions at this stage on the Green Paper, which is available on the ministry's website. If you send an email to that email address, policyfeedback@moj, I will happily send you a copy. If you'd like someone to come in to do a session with you as a stakeholder, school community, please let us know. We want your feedback on the policy. So first off, we have a timeline of the revision of the RJ policy. So this started back in 2021 when we did a situational analysis and concept paper. And I will just go quickly through some of the items. We have an internal policy steering committee that reviewed the policy and reviewed these documents. This took us all the way up to 2022, when we had it presented to a steering committee and it was submitted to our permanent secretary, who gave approval. 2022, there was a lot of work done, stakeholder consultation meetings. Some persons here were invited and attended and gave us very good feedback. We had a draft green paper with an action plan. That was November 17, 2022. And we also had a stakeholder consultation and working meeting December 7. Following that, in 2023, again, more stakeholder consultations, taking us all the way up to, as was announced already, the tabling of the green paper in Parliament, this lovely document that you have copies of on your desk. And the minister so beautifully showed off and said we're getting more copies. We're very grateful. But we do remind you, it is available virtually. Please use those copies, circulate them. We have a very nice flipbook version, very user-friendly, that you can give. It's good for students. It's very easy to read. So please, make sure you give us the feedback on that. Back to our timeline. We have, as I said, November 8th, tabling of the green paper. And where we are now, as of January 2024 into February, today we're having this wonderful presentation to you, our stakeholders, and we are also hosting an external stakeholder consultation in March. So when you see that invitation, please come in, please ensure that you RSVP. It should be a very, very good working event. I should be hosting that, I hope, and we will provide the details, hopefully in the next week or so, to the stakeholders that we're inviting to that consultation. And all of that, again, is towards preparing the white paper for submission. Some examples of activities that we have undertaken, MOJ and churches signing the Restorative Justice Partnership Agreement, our minister hosting or doing information sessions on RJ in schools, an example of a healing circle for restorative justice, as well as the opening of the newest Restorative Justice Center. All right, so providing some background. Since 2002, the government gave approval for the use of RJ practices as a tool to effect and strengthen the national desire to improve justice outcomes through the more timely, affordable, and people-centered resolution methods. The RJ policy in 2012 incubated the adoption and use of RJ practices in communities throughout Jamaica. It summarized international literature in support of the use of RJ and the growing local need for non-violent means of dispute resolution, as well as restoring relationships. The vision for the policy is a pathway for transformation to a more secure, just, cohesive, and peaceful Jamaican society. Very important, this vision is supported by 6 policy goals and 5 fundamental principles and 5 program objectives with strategies that creates the gamut of RJ within the Jamaican context. All right, in the 2012 policy, which obtains until the new policy is tabled, the overall situational analysis showed that the high rate and cost of crime, a culture of reoffending and social erosion juxtaposed with the success of RJ in other jurisdictions, as well as research into RJ, supported the need for the RJ policy as part of the government's commitment to increase access to justice. The RJ policy approach, again, is guided by the principles, goals, and program objectives that I mentioned, and the governance structure and legislative framework. The 2012 policy envisioned a streamlining of the program that includes different stakeholders with assigned roles and oversight structure with a national advisory committee and parish steering committees that would manage RJ processes. The RJ program protocol, this includes a case management system with a schedule of offense eligibility criteria that determines sustainability for RJ conferences, which is facilitated by RJ facilitators, or trained RJ facilitators. This is a very important part. This is an interagency cooperation with VSD, the JCF, and other stakeholders. This is a map of the centers currently offering RJ services. And in the situational analysis here that we had in the policy, we had seen that RJ has impacted over 87,000 beneficiaries. This was the figure from last year, so it's actually more than this at the moment. The National RJ Program and strategic placement of restorative justice centers in hotspot communities has seen success and a reduction in violence, reprisal criminal actions, and a strong representation of Jamaica's social investment. In terms of the legislative side of things, the policy or the legislative aspects will seek to address the treatment of informal disputes. This currently requires clarity and prescription, as well as some of the definitions in the current legislation are in need of revision. We also conducted a SWOT analysis of the policy, and this showed that the strengths were there's definitely a greater demand for RJ practices at the community level. There is assistance in reducing time spent on legal matters that can be rectified using restorative justice processes, such as healing circles. There's also very competent staff with expert knowledge in technical areas. Those are our facilitators and our RJ staff. There's also documented policies and procedures in these specialized areas. The weaknesses that were identified were the failed operationalization of governance structures. So we mentioned the steering committee. All of these have been laid out in the policy, but they have not yet been implemented. And that's something we really want to focus in on with the revision of the policy, is getting these aspects of oversight to ensure the program is running smoothly and is managed well. So we also identified as a weakness training and awareness of external stakeholders is not sustained. So what we'd find out is we'd have, a group of trainings and we have one set of persons with a lot of knowledge, but then we find that it's not being passed on yearly, and we're trying to find a sustainable way to ensure that this knowledge continues to be transferred so that RJ continues to be utilized by more and more persons. We also have, as a weakness, a high-level reliance on external stakeholders and referral sources. So the persons who refer persons to RJ, we have schools, non-governmental organizations, ministries, department, agencies, etc. We have a high level of those, and we want to ensure that all of them are aware of the process for making a referral for anyone who they work with to restorative justice to be able to utilize them. Opportunities that were identified. Sustainable RJ awareness campaign, including annual RJ week this week. Incorporation of RJ in curriculum for police academy and schools. The greater use of technology, virtual conferences, etc. And even again, circulating our policy virtually, available on the website. Formation of external partnerships and bipartisan support for the appropriate use of ADRs to resolve disputes, including the use of RJ. The threats that were identified in the SWOT analysis included the effect of slow response time from external stakeholders and, at times, uncooperative beneficiaries in functions, even though these services are provided to the public at no cost. The revised policy will address some of the following: the general limitations and gaps that were identified. We also have an issue where there's no clear demarcation between restorative justice and mediation. We really want to push the distinction between these two processes and focus in on RJ. No expanded provision and/or guidance for the use of RJ at community dispute or post-sentencing stages of the referral process. There, we also identified that the absence of forms needs to be addressed, and this required the creation of a lot of templates that we're hoping will be spread island-wide and be the standard for use going forward. The training facility for RJ facilitators, the revised policy will address that there was no clear identification of the institution which is able to train and certify RJ facilitators. And finally, the financial, human resource, technological, and infrastructural gaps, staffing, and other recurring expenses and/or technological investments will be addressed by the revised policy. So it's expected that this policy will see a robust RJ program, proper governance structure, an agile, responsive legislative framework, financial HR and ICT infrastructural investments, monitoring and evaluation system assessing the impact of the program, very important, frameworks to address urgent situations which occur, the management of RJ facilitators, procedures for the increased number of referrals that we are expecting, a charter or campaign to address public mistrust in the process, as well as better case management to cauterize reprisals and other crimes of that nature. Alrighty. In terms of facilitation, access to justice services for all Jamaicans, via Cabinet Decision 3021, giving Cabinet's approval to revise the policy, the aim of this is to ensure the currency and efficacy of the policy and to strengthen the overall reach and effectiveness of the National Restorative Justice Program, as well as to effect any consequential and/or necessary amendments to the Law Reform Miscellaneous Amendments Restorative Justice Act of 2016, RJ Act for short. We also have within the policy an action plan, which the goals of which are to strengthen alternative justice service infrastructures and processes that address harms to relationships between individuals. And this will include an investment in the infrastructural development of RJ, as well as strengthening the governance framework for RJ. We also want to look at supporting the capacity building and the development and use of best practices for RJ through integration in higher level actions, such as the formalization of an RJ facilitator's manual and framework, as well as the introduction of an M&E system to assess the real impact of the RJ program. The action plan also includes leading and partnering in public dialogue and education on restorative justice principles, processes, and practices through the Jamaican society by providing ongoing sensitization and information to internal and external customers on RJ initiatives. And finally, to enact the agile instructive legislative framework, including an independent RJ Act that has buy-in throughout the justice sector. And here is where the consultation comes in. We have some definitions within the policy that we want you, our stakeholders, to ensure capture what actually obtains on the ground as persons who work in restorative justice. So I've been talking for a while. Again, if there is any feedback on any of these sections, please let me know now. We have someone making notes for us. And again, you can send the feedback to policyfeedback@moj.gov.jm. The first definition we would be looking at is that of the restorative justice circle. The definition currently in the green paper is a restorative justice circle, often referred to as a restorative circle, healing circle, or restorative justice conference, is a structured and facilitated process that brings together individuals affected by a harm or conflict in a safe and inclusive space to discuss the impact, find resolution, and promote healing. Restorative circles are a key component of the broader restorative justice philosophy and practice. It is designed to promote accountability, empathy, communication, and understanding among Jamaican participants. So again, if there's any feedback on this definition, this is on page 65 of the policy documents that you have on your tables, if you're following along. So please let me know. Again, we want to ensure that these definitions reflect what obtains in the Jamaican context. This is our policy. It needs to speak to what we deal with on a daily basis. So if our RJ circle is different from the international RJ circle, you need to tell us. We want to know, we want the policy to reflect what actually happens. So any comments? Is this definition okay as is? RJ facilitators, I'm looking at you. All right. In terms of the next definition, was there a comment? No? In terms of RJ facilitator training, we have the definition saying that the training covers a variety of topics, including the principles and practices of restorative justice, how to facilitate restorative justice circles and conferences, how to work with victims, offenders, and their communities to repair harm and build relationships, and how to develop and implement restorative justice programs. The training is delivered over a period of 13 weeks, theory plus practicum, each module lasting approximately 3 hours. Participants are required to complete all 11 modules and pass a final assessment in order to receive their certificate of completion. Any questions or comments re facilitator training? Is that what you experienced, facilitators? All right. Restorative practices training. This is the preventative side of RJ, where stakeholders such as schools, churches, civil society communities are trained on how to de-escalate conflicts, as well as how to manage and regulate themselves in such situations. RJ sensitization sessions on restorative justice are delivered to all stakeholders in the public to build awareness on RJ and use access to the program. The sensitizations are 1-hour sessions. Again, any comments? If you have a chance, if you take home a copy of the policy and you see anything that needs amendment or you have a question, please send the feedback. You will get a response, and we're very grateful for the feedback. We also have a section on stakeholder roles and responsibilities within the policy. And a lot of time there is a disconnect between what the stakeholders say their role is or should be and what the public and other persons and other stakeholders who work with them think that their roles should be. So as much as possible, we can make suggestions for other ministries as to what their roles would be, but the ministry does have to accept that they will honor whatever is put into the policy. So we can make suggestions, but it's up to the individual stakeholders who are named in the policy to say, yes, we agree to these terms, this is what we will be doing in this policy going forward, this is what we agree to, and we will, however, put forward any other suggestions that our stakeholders give us as feedback to these particular ministries and stakeholders to see how best they can be incorporated. So first off, we have the Ministry of Justice, and we have, again, this is page 44 if you're following along in the document. This ministry will strengthen the RJ branch, which is charged with coordinating and overseeing the restorative justice implementation process as determined within the RJ policy, implementation, managing, and monitoring of the RJ policy, evaluating outcomes and impacts of the national RJ program and its processes in collaboration with all stakeholders. The Ministry of Justice will also secure and manage necessary funding for the implementation and administration of the RJ policy. Justice will also establish and maintain the necessary partnerships for the successful implementation of the RJ policy. And the Ministry of Justice will strengthen the restorative justice centers and steering committee, which will ensure efficient day-to-day operations of the center, ensure proper documentation and record keeping and reporting are done to the appropriate bodies, for example, the courts. Justice will also organize and distribute cases among qualified facilitators. The ministry will also oversee facilitators and ensure that there is proper preparation and follow-up. Coordinate cases with the court, police, DCS, and schools to ensure that all cases are not complete or do not comply with the drafted agreement are sent back to the proper authorities. Any comments on the role of the Ministry of Justice as listed out in our policy? Any suggestions? Again, you don't have to give me no. Please send me an email. But I do welcome your feedback. Our Victim Services branch. This branch will build referral and support capabilities to enable clients to effectively use restorative processes, provide intervention and support services to victims for RJ process to include the preparation, participation, and reintegration. They will also strengthen parish victim service offices to develop a formal network of victim support services based on restorative justice processes within each parish. The Victim Services branch will also establish the Restorative Justice National Advisory Board, which will be charged to ensure collaboration with ministries, agencies, and other governmental organizations in the delivery of RJ programs, ensure collaboration with ministries, share perspectives and expertise with the MOJ in order to deliver RJ successfully, and provide a forum for relevant stakeholders to partner with the government of Jamaica and gain ownership in the RJ program. Victim Services should also offer training to and select restorative justice facilitators in accordance with the RJ program protocols. They will also develop public sensitization programs throughout the island and provide the sensitization on RJ to select stakeholders in childcare, correctional facilities to provide support to the child diversion parish committees. The Justice Training Institute will develop RJ processes, we're on page 45, will develop RJ process curriculum based on best practices that respond to the cultural context and realities of Jamaica. They will also deliver training in RJ processes to members of the judiciary, justices of the peace, lay magistrates, court personnel, the Victim Services branch, and other justice-related practitioners. The JTI will also deliver training to restorative justice facilitators, including members of the Restorative Justice Steering Committee and the Child Diversion Parish Committees. We also have the Dispute Resolution Foundation as a stakeholder, and their role will be to work in close partnership with the Ministry of Justice to cooperatively develop best practices, standards for restorative justice practices throughout Jamaica, and appoint representatives to sit on the RJ National Advisory Board. We have the Ministry of National Security. Under them, the Jamaica Constabulary Force, who will support the RJ program by providing referrals to RJ centers according to the protocols set out in the policy. They will also integrate restorative justice processes along with community policing activities, support and facilitate the practice of RJ in child diversion, as well as described, in the National Child Diversion Policy and the National RJ Policy by administering eligibility criteria checklists. And they will also pursue the incorporation of RJ processes into the curriculum at the JCF Police Academy and introduce all police officers to restorative justice. They will also establish the necessary partnerships for the successful implementation of the National RJ Policy. All right, the Department of Correctional Service is suited to play a significant role along with NGOs and CBOs in the delivery of restorative justice. Its role should include support for the RJ program by providing referrals to the RJ centers according to policy protocols. The implementation, very important, of youth programs to include the intentional use of restorative interventions as a condition of application to pre-release or temporary release programs. DCS would also see improvement of structured programming for offenders beyond existing skills and education programs to include victim awareness programs. They would also promote RJ themes in the correctional centers and institutions, introduction of a victim awareness course as a part of offender education programs, and the provision of support by probation aftercare officers to offenders for the RJ process to include preparation, participation, and reintegration. We also have the Ministry of Education and Youth. The Ministry of Education and Youth, educational institutions will be key partners and beneficiaries in the application of RJ principles and practices in Jamaica. We are actually in the process of sending many of our educational institutions copies of the Green Paper document to ensure that they are aware that they have been engaged and that we get their feedback at that level. Their role will include supporting the RJ program by facilitating practices in public schools, supporting the program by providing referrals according to the protocols set out in the policy, developing restorative practice curriculums in schools, delivering training in restorative justice to teachers, principals, guidance counselors, and other education providers, sensitizing students to the RJ processes and restorative practices, and finally delivering sensitization of RJ and restorative practices to parents, very important, as part of the national parenting policy. Then finally, or no, second to last, communities and civil society. For restorative justice to be successful in Jamaica, communities and civil society will need to be supporters, partners, and in some cases, the principal drivers of RJ processes and programs. Many organizations working in civil society have a strong sense of the day-to-day challenges involved in advancing social initiatives, and they have also earned significant credibility with community leaders and other service delivery agencies. They have the tools, the connections, and the insights to drive innovation within communities. We also have the churches and faith-based organizations, and their expected roles, we're on page 47, is that they will, along with other faith-based organizations, such as the Northern Caribbean University's Community Counseling and Restorative Justice Center, take up the challenge of advancing restorative justice. This would give the RJ movement a pervasive grassroots presence with very credible advocates. Moreover, churches would be able to speak strongly of RJ from a principled place that is aligned with the church's larger message of peace, redemption, love, mercy, and forgiveness. We'd also want to focus on the sport and entertainment sectors as one of our stakeholders, as Jamaica has a viable and prominent sports and entertainment subsector, which reaches deeply into the social and economic life of its people. As such, it provides an opportunity and an avenue for the authorities and restorative justice stakeholders to embrace and encourage the practice in the varied endeavors of the sector. The RJ branch of the Ministry of Justice will strengthen dialogue with organizations and private institutions involved in varied sporting, music, and general entertainment activities to gain support in providing training and sensitization on restorative justice through messages, win-win methods, dialogue, and respect, especially to large groups of mainly young male opinion shapers and participants. Again, please email any comments. And in the center of your table, you should see a survey. There should be enough copies for all persons, but if you don't have one, please just raise your hand. It's very important that we get the feedback. I'm just going to run you through the survey because we want everyone to fill it out, especially this group of very knowledgeable RJ stakeholders. Please just go ahead. You should have a pen or a pencil in your folders on the desk with you. When you're finished, you can just place the completed survey back in the center. You wave it, let us see. Could you please give surveys to this table? Thank you so much. It's one sheet. So please go ahead and fill this out as part of our consultation. We want to see your knowledge of RJ, your knowledge of the process, how familiar you are with it. So on a scale of 1 to 10, how familiar are you with the goals of the current national RJ policy? The goals of the policy, not how much you know about RJ in general, specifically the policy. Please rate that 1 to 10. In what month is Restorative Justice Week observed internationally? All right. How many locations island-wide currently deliver restorative justice services to the public? Number 4 is an easy one. What year was the national RJ policy introduced? I hope you were paying attention for number 5. What is the correct name for the RJ Act? Number 6. Restorative justice is best described as a strategic tool and treatment to address which of the following? Check all that apply. The high rate of crime, court case backlogs, prison overcrowding, social erosion, domestic violence, reoffending. Number 7, which of the following matters can RJ currently be used to address? Check all that apply. Larceny, harassment, discrimination, land, contract agreements. We have discrimination twice, you only need to check it once. Embezzlement, rent, education, community safety and reconciliation. Offenses with imprisonment, not more than 3 years. Offenses under Section 42 of the Malicious Injuries to Property Act. Number 8, which 3 of the following are recommended for the successful initiation of restorative justice proceedings? Police, the Ministry of Justice, the facilitator, the victim, the offender, the community. So we gave you a hint with that one. Which 3? And finally, which one of the following is not a focus of restorative justice? Not a focus. Holding the offender accountable, getting justice for the victim or survivor, achieving a sense of healing for the victim, reintegrating the offender into the community. When you finish, you can just place the completed surveys back in the center, and we will have persons from the ministry collect them from you. Again, if you have any feedback, comments, if you read through the policy, if you don't like how the cover look, if you have a suggestion, please don't wait until it's going up to Parliament again and then you hear, but this don't make sense. Please, we are asking for your feedback as our valued stakeholders. Email, call. We're here, policyfeedback@moj.gov.jm. And with that, I thank you so very much for your attention. Enjoy the rest of today. I was also asked to let you know that there is a note sheet. If you have any comments that you want to jot down now and just leave for us, we will be taking those in. Sheet of paper, write your comments, email your comments. Please, we welcome the feedback. Thank you again.
Wow. Yeah, can you please give Ms. McKnight another round of applause? So thank you once again, Ms. McKnight. Ms. Knight, sorry. Where did I get that? We have heard quite a bit already about restorative justice from our stakeholders. Let us now enjoy a light moment as we have some entertainment. Our presentations today will come from two wonderful persons. But first we'll hear from Mrs. Colette Carr-Patterson, Parish Restorative Justice Officer for Westmoreland. Ms. Carr?
Thank you so much. I'll present to you a poem written for RJ Week. No. So good afternoon, good morning again. I'll present to you a poem written for RJ Week. Familiar scenes, students fighting, two men warring, boy get beat down cause him step on a clerks. Familiar scenes, big woman beat up a little girl, girl stab another girl over man, baby inna the middle, a two girls a war. Tabloids highlight it. People use social media to promote it. Bystanders, instead of helping, snap, snap, snap. Self-taught social media experts just chat, chat, chat. Aren't you tired of it? Aren't you disgusted by it? Don't you want to change it? Don't you want to transform it? We want peace and harmony is the cry of everybody, yet actions of change are not for many. So join us, Restorative Justice Branch, promote the social change from the toddler to the youth to the aged. Transformation, peace, and harmony through restorative justice. Not just a process, but a way of life. Let's use restorative practice. Settle conflicts using the alternatives, honest, open, and non-violent communicatives. Identify, name, and tame those emotions. Don't judge. Ask, what happened? Build relationship. Think of the other who's affected. Don't be wrong and strong. Take responsibility for the wrong. So the harm you recognize, big man thing. Just apologize. You can't do it on your own. Don't worry. Train the RJ facilitators to guide you through. A safe and confidential space you are given to vent, to be heard, to be understood. You're not forced. You're not coerced. You have autonomy to determine your own agreement terms. Throughout the process, you're not left alone. A minimum of 3 months, RG follows up. With all the sensitizations, radio interviews, and even this 15th annual conference, there are absolutely no excuses. Spread the word. Over 20 RJ offices in all 14 parishes. So join us now towards social change, transformation, peace, and harmony through restorative justice.
What a wonderful item. Please give another round of applause. Truly embodying all that we do here at Restorative Justice. And now we're going to take it down a little as we are serenaded by Mr. Daniel McHugh, our saxophonist.
So, I'm going to be singing then. I'm certain you wouldn't want that. But I must notice though, and I must state publicly that you guys are looking really lovely. And I know for a fact that we have persons traveling from as far as Westmoreland, Hanover, right? St. Elizabeth. Where else? And you are preempt. She said right. So you're preempting what we are planning to do now. So we're including this item on the program. You're not seeing it on yours. It's a roving mic. So we'll not allow you to travel from as far as Spanish Town to come here, and we'll not give you a chance to really say what is happening in your area. And I'm certain that persons here, we were all waiting for this opportunity, right? So who wants to go first? Please, not all at once. So we'll start at Westmoreland. Tell us what is happening in your area for RJ. Yeah, man, feel free to give her a round of applause. Feel free. Right. So we will still be going with that. But I was just advised that we have a celebrity artist in here, and we have to allow her to really give us something as well. Right? Right? So, thank you, ma'am. Right.
Morning, everybody. In RJ, you have to be very flexible, you know. When you're called upon to rectify any matter, you're willing and able. I love you, Lord, for your mercy never failed me, and all my days I've been held in your hands. From the moment that I wake up until I lay my head, I will sing of the goodness of God. And all my life you have been faithful. And all my life you have been so, so good. With every breath that I am able, I will sing of the goodness of God. I love your voice. You have led me through the fire, and in darkest night, you were close like no other. I've known you as a father. I've known you as my friend. I have lived in the goodness of God. And all my life you have been faithful. And all my life you have been so, so good. With every breath that I am able, I will sing of the goodness of God. Oh, your goodness is running after, it's running after me. Your goodness is running after, it's running after me. With my life laid down, I'm surrendered now. I give you everything. Your goodness is running after, it's running after me. With my life laid down, I'm surrendered now. I give you everything. Your goodness is running after, it's running after me. And all my life he has been faithful. And all my life he has been so, so good. With every breath I am able, I will live in the goodness of God. I will live in the goodness of God. And all my life you have been faithful. And all my life you have been so, so good. With every breath I am able, I will sing of the goodness of God. I will sing of the goodness of God.
Wow. So I did not make a mistake when I said celebrity. Give it up. Right. So that is Mr. Shana Smith. She is the Restorative Justice Parish Officer for the Parish of Hanover. Give her another round of applause. Yes. So, where are we? Right, we're at Westmoreland.
So it's only fitting that the celebrity would pave the way for Westmoreland, the best parish. Yes? And so what I'll just highlight are the parish activities for RJ Week. Yes? So yesterday we took to the streets because we did a commercial invasion. Good? So the RJ facilitators and other volunteers, along with the parish and field officer, took to the streets to do general sensitizations with the private sector because we want to strengthen the partnership that we have with the private sector. So we recognize that most of our referrals come from the court and the police. But then from these referrals, we are seeing where disputes start within the workplace, which told us two things. Either that they're not very much aware of the services of restorative justice, or that they're not very aware of the benefits of RJ to resolve conflicts in the workplace. And so what we did was to just go into the workplaces, into the business places, the commercial entities, to sensitize the business owners, employees, employers of restorative justice. It was quite successful. We impacted approximately 200 persons. Individuals were very receptive and would have indicated that they were not aware that this service is available to them and free. So that was pretty much Westmoreland's activities for RJ Week. Thank you.
And we're still roving. Where are we next? Is it Hanover? It's Hanover, right? All right, let's do it different. So we just went to Westmoreland. Let's now go to St. Thomas, right?
That's what happened when I talk too much. All right. Sorry. As you can see, my throat is still sore from yesterday. We over here in St. Thomas, we have been doing some great things. As you can see the roads. Yes, man. Smooth sailing. But we're talking about restorative justice, though. Yes. So, as a matter of fact, we did public awareness fair yesterday, and all our stakeholders came out, and we had a good time. As a matter of fact, we had testimonials, persons come by doing testimonials, and one of those impressive testimonials I can share with you guys is the one with one of our trained facilitators currently. She actually came to restorative justice in St. Thomas with a matter. She moved on to be a community supporter, and currently she is a trained facilitator. So that is not a meal deal or a famous bowl. That is a big deal.
Bless the Lord, Brother Clark. Him sound like a church man, not true? Bless the Lord. So, one thing that we'll ask, though, that when our participants are speaking. Just kindly introduce yourself. So firstly, we heard from Mrs. Colette Carr Patterson. She is the RJO for Westmoreland. Then this brother here is Mr. Jermaine Clark. He is the RJO for the parish of St. Thomas. And our saxophonist is almost ready, but something is telling me that someone from Central in Kingston wants to go. Where are the Kingstonians? Oh, they're over here. All right, thanks. You
guys are funny. Good morning, everyone. My name is Raymond Anderson, the field officer for the Tivoli Gardens RJ Center. In regards to our activity yesterday, we were downtown in Kingston, sharing with all of the folks downtown Kingston, sensitizing them on what we do in RJ. But what I want to give credence to is our new partnership with the Kingston Central Police Domestic Violence Outreach. We have been in Fletcher's Land, Almontown, Denham Town, just working with the police, parade gardens, thank you, Mr. Burke, and also just sensitizing folks what we do and partnershiping with the police. So we are on the ground here. Thank you.
So we just heard from Pastor Raymond Anderson over there in Tivoli. Yes, yes. And now we're about to take it slow. We're about to soothe our hearts with a musical rendition from our saxophonist. Over to you, sir. Let's give another round of applause. How soothing. And welcome back to our RJ studio. And we're going to join Mr. Shane Haynes live as he's going across the country to find out the impacts of RJ in the different parishes. Shane?
Thank you, Kamar.
No problem.
So today we're over in Manchester, and we're joined with the Parish Restorative Justice Officer, Miss Madonna Grant, who will tell us what is happening in her parish.
Good afternoon, everyone. All right, from the cool, cool hills of Manchester. Yes. For Restorative Justice Week, what we're focusing on is something with a difference. We did a community supporters appreciation yesterday, but tomorrow I'm inviting you on a journey to Manchester in which we will be doing an intervention in the deaf village. That is that we have a deaf village in Manchester that caters to persons who have hearing impairment, so they are able to live, work, and raise their family at that residential facility. So what we will be doing is to take in critical stakeholders to include the Jamaica Council for Persons with Disability, the Public Assistance Department. We'll also be focusing on tips in managing conflicts along with managing stress by a counseling psychologist. So that's what we're up to tomorrow, so I will be sharing.
Wow. RJ is really doing things, right? Right, and RJ is all about partnership. I like that. And whilst we're on that point, let me not forget to really highlight some of our stakeholders. Just one, really. And we have already highlighted MOEY, who have been doing an excellent job with RJ. But let me particularly point out the deans of disciplines. I know for a fact, having been a part of RJ, that whenever things should happen with MOEY, that the dean of disciplines are really the ones who rally the crowd together and get things happen. Isn't that true, RJOs? I know that is true. And I'm not only going to be showing love to that side of the parish, of the country. Let's travel a bit over to St. Anne and St. Elizabeth, and Portland even, to see what's happening over by this side.
Good afternoon, everyone. Reporting from the Garden Parish, St. Anne. Yes. And I am pleased to say that yesterday we show appreciation to our stakeholders for the wonderful work that they have carried out in the year 2023, where we have conducted over 300 conferences. Yes, with 192 being successful, and we have RP trained 20 schools with 541 beneficiaries and over 2,300 persons sensitized about restorative justice.
Good afternoon, everyone. St. Elizabeth here reporting, Simone Mitchell de Costa. Yesterday, we were at the hills of Malvern in St. Elizabeth at the Bethlehem Moravian College, whereby we consider educational institutions to be a key partner to our work to transform violence and conflict in our schools. We believe that we should not wait until a conflict has happened, which is what we do in RJ, but we cannot forget the proactive aspect of our work as we work with the schools and the communities in developing what we call the signs of relationship building. So that's what we did yesterday with our display, and we raised awareness, especially for the students who are in teacher training. So that was our focus yesterday. I also wish to add that we also spoke with the administrators of Bethlehem Moravian College as it concerned an aspect of the RJ policy which may have been forgotten since the policy department is here, and that will be something I'll be adding to the discussion as we move forward to develop the policy, having to do with establishing a greater collaboration between restorative justice and teacher training institutions. We believe that teachers should be more involved during the training aspect of incorporating RP and RG into their skill set. Thank you very much.
So we are still going across the country, but let me just pause for a moment and welcome His Honor Chester Crooks, Chief Parish Court Judge, who is here with us today. Will be our guest speaker, but will be welcoming officially in a short moment. Welcome, sir. We're now at Portland.
All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Delroy Williams, and I'm checking in from the most beautiful parish, don't it? Indeed. We have rain every day. I even left it there just now. All right. Yesterday, we took a strategic approach, all right? And it's really where we brought in both our stakeholders, community representatives, and our facilitators. And we did a threefold event with them. We only got one day in the parish, so we had to make it merry, big and merry, right? So we started with a symposium where we brought in the stakeholders. For example, victim services, we brought in heart, we brought in child diversion, NCDA, and we brought them in strategically because these persons are persons we normally refer to in our conferences. So we wanted all of our stakeholders in terms of facilitators and community representatives to understand what they do all right? So that they can make referrals when necessary. It's not just about commenting when you're here in a conference, but you want to refer persons so that the outcomes can be sustainable, all right? Then we moved on to do a gap analysis in terms of the parish, a SWOT analysis. We wanted to know the strengths and the weaknesses in terms of perception and the opportunities and the threats in terms of perception for Portland. All right, so that I can go and frame and conceptualize and make 2024 better. Then, having worked all day, we did our award ceremony where everybody in that room got either a certificate or a plaque. And everyone left feeling wonderful.
Good afternoon, everyone. Leon Malcolm is the name. Problem solving is the game. Checking in for St. Mary, right next to Portland. So we took a strategic approach as well, where we had a stakeholder workshop, where we engaged various stakeholders in the parish that we usually utilize to accomplish the needs of restorative justice. So we have our theme this year for RJ Week, Transformation, Peace and Harmony through Restorative Justice. So out of that, there was a creation of Operation LEAP. The acronym LEAP stands for Love, Engagement, Action, and Partnership. So we went ahead and had that workshop. It involves stakeholders such as the CPFSA, the Ministers Fraternal, the JCF, Monique College, and a number of other stakeholders that were present. It was a discussion type session where we strategized as to how we were going to tackle the crime problem that we have in St. Mary, the emerging crime problem that we now have, because you know St. Mary is usually one of the lesser crime areas in Jamaica. So we, on our listing that we had a strategic session with the court, it was said that domestic violence matters as well as sexual offenses were on the rise in the parish. So to tackle that, we tried to have a level of discussion as to how we were going to structure our plan. Instead of having everybody do their individual roles, how we can collectively approach solving the crime problem that is now plaguing the parish. Thank you.
Good afternoon again, everyone. My name is Fayval Williams, Restorative Justice Field Officer in St. James. Unlike St. Mary, St. James has a high rate of crime and violence. We mostly have court matters. We see a lot of court matters. However, since the ADR tours last year with our minister, we have been seeing an increase in community matters, which is matters from schools, walk-in matters, persons walk into the center, as well as schools and walk-in, yes. Also, because of those community matters, we decided to have a meeting or a workshop with students, because if you want any good thing to be sustainable, you have to ensure that the students not just learn it, but really latch onto it, right? So nowadays, students learn through a lot of short form content, right? So we have to find how best that they can learn the information and bring it to their peers in less words than we may give to them in a workshop, right? So we ensured that we had a wrap session in our workshop yesterday with the students to hear from them. So not only teach them conflict resolution skills, but to hear from them what is really causing the issues in their schools, at home, with their peers, and see how best we can listen to them and come up with different solutions to these problems, right? And it's not that students they just want to be bad, right? They actually have different issues that are not being worked on. And if you give a lending ear, though you're not the parent, right, they will feel as though they're important, they're being heard, right? Because that's important for many students, many youngsters. They want to be heard. And that is what RJ offers to students, to parents, and to teachers, and just the country overall. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have almost completed the country, but let me just pause to welcome Mrs. Grace Ann Stewart McFarling, who has joined us, the Permanent Secretary within the Ministry of Justice. Welcome, PS. We'll be making a final stop in St. Catherine just before we continue with the program.
Great afternoon, everyone. Thank you all for traveling near and far. St. Catherine is very far, and we are very happy that we made the journey today across Mandela Highway. Very far. As we celebrate Restorative Justice Week, my name is Peter Ann Morris, Parish Officer for St. Catherine. I'm very pleased to be here. Another year, 2012, working hard. And from 2012, how many months that? Lots. But yesterday, as a part of Restorative Justice Week, our parish did an empowerment session where we poured back into our facilitators, some of which are here. Stand up and let them see you guys. Our facilitators and our justices of the peace that we poured into doing an empowerment session with them. We had Mrs. Hermin Metcalf, OD, who spoke about the importance of serving and the importance of volunteerism, because the work that they do as facilitators, you cannot compare. It's a lot of work poured into persons, encouraging them daily, even bringing light to your own issues so that you can identify with your clients. We had our justices of the peace who were there as well. Stand and let them see you. They're a part of our stakeholders group. They are a part of the lay magistrates of St. Catherine. And oftentimes they send us a lot of matters from the lay magistrate court, such as assault and threats. So we had to have them have a day off, so to speak, as we encourage them and empower them. And we also had our stakeholders, one of our primary stakeholders, the police, the JCF, both North and South divisions were in attendance as they spoke about very candid, topical issues such as RJ working with the police. What does that look like? And of course, domestic violence, both intimate partner and family disputes, and the role that restorative justice played. And it was really a successful day, an encouraging day, and we look forward to many, many more. Our great Permanent Secretary, Grace Ann Stewart McFarlane, and our PD as we, encourage more of these kinds of sessions and stakeholder dialogue. Thank you.
We just want to say thank you for joining us as we went on our cross-country tour, as we spoke with the parishes to see what's happening in RJ in their neck of the woods. Thanks for tuning in all. Back to studios.
Thank you again, my co-host. And let me just let you know a secret. The RGOs, they were not notified. So this is the team that we have out there charting the course of RJ. Give them a round of applause, please. I will now be inviting Miss Vanessa Clark, who will be introducing and welcoming our keynote speaker.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome, PS. Good to see you. So it is my duty today to introduce His Honor, Mr. Chester Crooks. Having been called to the bar, the Jamaican bar, in November 1999, he began his legal career as a clerk of court at the corporate area Spanish Town Resident Magistrate Court, now Parish Court of Jamaica, between 2000 to 2004. He then became a Crown Counsel at the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions between 2004 to 2007, where he worked in various specialty units, after which he joined the Jamaica Defense Force, where he served for 6 years as a legal and staff officer in the rank of a captain. He subsequently became a resident magistrate in 2013 assigned to the parish of St. Elizabeth. He was then transferred to the Corporate Area Parish Court in the Criminal Division in 2016 to take assignment at the Anti-Corruption Court based in the island's capital. Judge Crooks was also one of the chairpersons for the Corporate Area Drug Treatment Court and remains overall actively involved in the drug treatment court programs in the Jamaican parish courts. In January 2018, in addition to his duties as a sitting judge, His Honor Mr. Crooks was subsequently assigned to act in the capacity of Chief Judge of the parish courts, with his main mandate being, but not limited to, overarching administrative responsibilities for all the parish courts of Jamaica. He was subsequently appointed in this position in January 2020 and remained in this capacity today. Judge Crooks is also presently a representative of and one of the council members for the Caribbean in the Commonwealth Magistrates and Judges Association based at the Uganda House in the United Kingdom. Colleagues, help me to welcome our guest speaker today, His Honor, Mr. Chester Crooks.
Good afternoon, all. Can you hear me? Okay. All right. Yes. Well, I know they're not here, but I was told that they were here earlier, so let me just acknowledge their earlier presence. Minister of Justice, the Honorable Delroy Chuck, KC MP, Minister of State Education and Youth, the Honorable Marsha Smith, Minister of Education and Youth, the Honorable Fayval Williams, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Justice, Mrs. Grace Ann Stewart McFarlane, who I partly have to thank for my presence here, but I'll explain more anon. Custos Rotulorum of St. Andrew, the Honorable Mr. Ian Forbes, Chief Technical Director of the Ministry of Justice, Mrs. Kayla Sewell Mills, Principal Director of the Social Justice Division, Ms. Jamie Ann Chevans, Director of the Restorative Justice Branch, Ms. Jonah Lee Robertson, Executive and other members of staff, specially invited guests, members of the media, those viewing through the ministry's YouTube channel, a good afternoon to you all. Thank you for having me here. Before I begin, I will just like to make some disclaimers, an apology, if you will. I don't know when this happened to me, but I realize I've now reached a stage in my life that when I'm making a speech in public, some part of the speech I end up speaking about myself or my experiences. I assure you, it's not because I'm conceited or full of myself. I just guess I have enough life experience that I can now relate some of them, especially, I think that's most appropriate, especially that we're speaking about restorative justice. And of course, again, in my own defense, I am one of the most interesting persons I know. And I'm humble. I'm extremely humble. All right, so, and of course, when I do use the word I, you can also substitute the word we, because for the most part, my experiences with restorative justice are reflective of the experiences of my fellow judges. We consider it a blessing in terms of the work we do in the parish courts, and it has helped us tremendously in, at the very least, managing our caseload, especially the backlog reduction. Of course, when I look around this room, I think it's fair to say that I literally see the future, because you're building a solid foundation that will help the adults to be more mature in how we resolve conflict, but we're setting a solid foundation that will help our children learn to resolve conflict in a better way. And of course, once we have children who can resolve conflict in the best way, we'll have adults who can resolve conflict in a better way. We'll thus have less work in the criminal divisions of the parish courts. So basically, you're all helping to put us out of a job. Thank you very much. All right, so before I begin, just a brief history lesson. Okay, this is the first I. My apologies again. Well, they say that no good deed goes unpunished. I started as a clerk of the court at the the corporate area parish court criminal division. That's halfway tree. The civil division is Sutton Street. Back then, I was blessed to work with judges who were not only great mentors, but they thought outside the box. At the time, restorative justice wasn't a thing yet, nor any official mediation, but the probation officers especially helped us with that in terms of counseling and so on-the-spot mediation. Some of our judges, some of the judges I worked with did on-the-spot mediation in court. Now, you can imagine, bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, with much more hair at the time, clerk of the court. We saw things as black and white. It was us against them, the forces of good against the forces of, I dare not say it. A lot of my friends are defense attorneys. However, it was, and sometimes I say my education started the day I first stepped foot in a parish court. In school, you learn the theory, but it's in the working world you realize the practice. So for me, I was somewhat taken aback to see that sometimes as a minister of justice, as a prosecutor, it was only about prosecuting persons who were charged with an offense. Because some persons would end up before the court, not necessarily because they had an evil or wrongdoing mindset, but because they had one bad moment or one bad day, and they made a mistake. So if we were to apply the law, literally, even then, we'd end up giving persons who hitherto have good antecedents or a good record, a criminal record. So it was amazing to me to see the judges intervene depending on the circumstances of each matter in that regard. And I think, well, unbeknownst to me, probably on a subconscious level, it was preparing me for being one of the biggest advocates of restorative justice, long before I became a chief judge of the parish court. Now, fast forward to 2013, I'm talking about myself a bit too much, am I? Fast forward to 2013, I started in St. Elizabeth as a RM, now a parish judge. When I went down there, well, the first month, I realized that I was mediating in a lot of matters, or the court had the support of the restorative justice personnel in terms of mediating a lot of the matters. It got to the point I actually started to feel a little bit guilty that I was not doing judge work. I wasn't being judge-like. I was bringing down the hammer on offenders. So much so I think I heard unofficially that my nickname was the mediator. But I was wondering if I was doing the right thing, because of course, this is my first stint as a judge. Anyway, we had our first judges seminar. The then Chief Justice, the Honorable Mrs. Justice Zayla McCullough, she saw me during one of the breaks and she was asking me, how is it going? So I said it was going well. And then she said, Mr. Crooks, don't be afraid to use the principles of restorative justice in resolving matters before the court. That's all I needed to hear. Yeah. Right. So, good afternoon again. It's truly an honor to be here today to share on a theme that resonates deeply with the ideals of justice: transformation, peace, and harmony through restorative justice. Restorative justice is not just a concept. It is a philosophy that seeks to transform our approach to conflicts and disputes in Jamaica. It is a process by which, instead of imposing punitive sanctions against offenders, it fosters healing, understanding, and reconciliation, thereby bringing about meaningful transformations within our country. I know I'm preaching to the choir here, and actually when I was listening to some of the testimonials a while ago, I was actually wondering, why do they need me here? I don't think I can do any better than this. Well, let me try anyway. At its core, restorative justice recognizes that every action has consequences, not just for the individual involved, but for the community as a whole. It aims to repair the harm caused by an offender by fostering accountability, empathy, and understanding. In the conventional justice system, the focus often lies on punishment, sometimes isolation, retribution. Restorative justice, however, offers an alternative approach. It is an approach that seeks to rebuild relationships, restore dignity, and reintegrate offenders and even victims back into their communities. The philosophy of restorative justice begins with a simple yet powerful idea that true justice involves addressing the root cause of conflicts, understanding the needs of victims, and providing opportunities for offenders to make amends. It is about creating a space for dialogue where all parties involved have a voice and actively participate in a space where their perspectives are acknowledged and respected. Courts play a crucial role in fostering restorative justice by providing a structured framework for implementing restorative practices within the legal system. As part of the case management preparation in our courts, clerks of the court will usually conduct interviews with complainants, ideally before court dates, informing them about the options of mediation and restorative justice, so that by the first day of court, the complainants are already acquainted with the possibility of the matter being resolved through restorative justice. I have a story to tell you for this one. It was quite a humbling experience for me, by the way. Not that I'm not humble. Restorative justice also plays a vital role in reducing the case backlog within our courts. And I'm sure you would have heard, well, one of our biggest champions, I must say, is the Chief Justice, who has continually repeated the fact that there is virtually no backlog in the parish courts. And a big part of that, again, is due to the increased usage and the advent of restorative justice within our courts. Right. So much so that the option of restorative justice has actually become a part of case management within the courts. Therefore, the restorative justice plays a vital role in reducing our case backlog, and it's acknowledged that numerous cases overwhelming the court system can be redirected and resolved at a community level involving the victim, offender, and community members. This approach prevents disputes from escalating, we hope, to formal legal proceedings, thereby averting the associated expenses and delays to court users. One brief statistic, notably in the corporate area criminal court at Halfway Tree, where I preside along with some of my colleagues, over 300 cases filed in 2023 were resolved within the same year, underscoring the effectiveness of restorative justice in reducing case backlog. Right. So back to the example. All right. Remember I said no good deed goes unpunished. So as I think I attended my first restorative justice workshop when I was a clerk of the court, shortly before I went to the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. And I must confess, at the time, I was a little bit of a skeptic. until, of course, well, until more information was given and we realized how it was to be applied. Of course, and this is something we emphasize to court users, it's not that any and every offense, of course, that comes before the court is applicable for restorative justice. So by the end of that workshop, I was less of a skeptic. When I went to again, my apologies for speaking about myself, but I'm the only point of reference I have. When I went to of course, at the DPP's office, there wasn't much room for restorative justice because at the Supreme Court level or the circuit level, you deal with much more serious offenses that restorative justice wouldn't be applicable to. But when I went to the Jamaica Defense Force, my primary job there was as staff legal officer to the Chief of Defense Staff. Strictly speaking, we couldn't represent soldiers in their personal matters, but they could come to us for advice. At the time, there was only 2 of us in the office, my senior and myself. He obviously trusted the work I did. I'd like to think so, because he certainly left a lot of it on me. One of the most surreal experiences I had then was one day he called me and told me that a couple were coming to see me. The husband and wife. The husband was at the Coast Guard. Wife was a civilian, but they were having marital difficulties. And I was to speak to them and see if I could mediate between them and work out the differences. Now, I found that strange for a number of reasons, but one of the reasons we did that, because you see, if we could intervene in the early stages, we could prevent it getting worse, because of course the JDF had a zero tolerance policy for husbands who didn't do their duties in terms of their families, and they had a zero tolerance approach for any sort of domestic violence and so on. It wasn't at that stage yet. Anyway, so I remember when they finally attended, the gentleman seemed to have much more life experience than I. Not calling him old, that's much more life experience. Both of them, I was unmarried then, I'm still unmarried, but I was saying, so the unmarried officer is about to give advice to the married couple, and they've been married for years. They didn't say anything, but the look on the gentleman's face said it all. So what was I to do? Lo and behold, the principles I learned at that Restorative Justice workshop came back full force. And it was a successful mediation. I think when last I checked, they were happily married, but that was some years ago. I hope it's still there. And I took that with me to the bench when I started as an RM, because again, as I realized that quite a few of the persons just end up before the courts because they had a bad moment, a bad day, they didn't learn to resolve anger properly, and we are, unfortunately, an angry society. That includes me as well, because I think most of us are lucky that we are born in the age where they didn't really have cell phones to capture everything we did. I remember once, I'll use a different name just for privacy purposes. I remember once a gentleman I know, let's call him Althea McBean, was driving home from a hard day's work in court, ended up at the toll road. A taxi decided it was a good place to overtake to get into the booth. That gentleman, by the name of Althea McBean, because he's very forward-thinking, who had some experience at the bench, forgot all about his legal and judicial knowledge. Instant anger, ready to react, but what stopped that gentleman named Althea McBean? Of course, there's no Althea McBean in the room, I'm sure. Oh, right. Oh, hi, Althea, I didn't see you over there. How are you? Right. Well, again, what stopped it was that I realized Althea realized the futility of shouting at someone when they literally can't hear you. As angry as you are, the person can't hear you. the person remember what he did. And of course, you remember the restorative justice principles. Sometimes you have to think and breathe. In court, I realized, and this I you can substitute with we, because this certainly applies to most, if not all, of my colleagues on the parish court bench. A lot of persons who come to court, actually, I tried to relate to them, and in other words, none of us, we might not be able to make them feel better, but I don't think any of us think it's our job to make them feel worse. And quite frankly, you know, sometimes some persons will literally try your patience, no pun intended. But if you think about it, I do two courts. Apart from the anti-corruption court, I do the return court as well. That's the court that all the new matters come in, or the mentioned matters. You read about those matters in the paper. More often than not, persons plead guilty and so on. But usually that court is very crowded, the list is long. But you know, it's quite a thing for someone to stand up in front of everybody, be the defendant or victim, and basically talk their business that everybody is there, media is there and so on. It's easy for me, I'm the judge sitting down, everybody will defer to what I say. But for them, so I always tell myself that anytime I feel like I'm losing patience, listen. And more often than not, persons just want to be heard. They just want to have a say. They just want to be able to say that the judge listened to them, which is basically a major tenet of the restorative justice system. And now I go to, I'm sorry, I was a little bit under the weather, but because Grace Stewart McFarlane means so much to me, I risked life and limb to be here. I got that bad food that was going around, but well, I have another story. I think I'm running out of time. Here was the humbling experience. Remember I told you in St. Elizabeth I was known as the mediator. Well, fast forward, I come to halfway through. In the return court, a lot of persons would come unrepresented. And sometimes, again, if it's family members, they live in the same community and so on, depending on the circumstances of the offense, we'd put the idea of restorative justice to them. And again, I haven't said before, I'm just saying thank you to all of you again, because I can tell you, as difficult as our jobs are, they have become much easier because of the work you do on a daily basis. And I'm going to tell you, I think I've learned a little more about the restorative justice techniques thanks to persons like Mr. Taylor and so on. But sometimes I say to myself, I don't know how you do what you do, because it must take an extraordinary amount of patience to listen and try to resolve the matter. So anyway, most persons will come and they will say no right off the bat, but sometimes we figure out that they don't really understand what it is, and maybe they are too shy or embarrassed to ask. So more often than that, I would say the same speech over and over in the return court to explain what it is and tell them to try it. Or sometimes they will say, no, Judge, me don't want to do it. But then they say, Judge, but can I say something? And then they go on to say the same things that we best in a restorative justice forum. So at least I say, listen, we don't have the time. I wish I did. But you see, everything you're saying to me, that's the exact reason you should go to restorative justice. You can say all of that, no cost to you, put it on the table with a view to working it out. Anyway, since I became chief judge of the parish courts, I have more responsibilities. I've not been able to go to the return court as much as I'd like. For instance, I usually do it on Wednesdays and Fridays. So today, I should literally have been in the return court. I wonder what took me out of it. Right. Yes. The sacrifice is worth it. The sacrifice is, yes. A very graceful exit from that court. Anyway, I think the last one I did was Friday. The list was very taxing, but we're doing very well. And I referred quite a few matters to restorative justice. And what I have found is that in the public dialogue, persons understand more and more what restorative justice is and what's about. So kudos to you all, kudos to the minister and the powers that be for establishing restorative justice centers all over the island. It's definitely making a difference. So much so that we have found that in the police, who are on board, one of our major stakeholders, they sometimes intervene from the onset, refer those matters there, and they don't come to the court at all. Or we tell them, after the matter has been resolved, I tell them that I don't expect that all the problems will disappear overnight, but I know you usually follow up with these matters, but if not, you can actually reach out to them and ask them to intervene. Anyway, back to, I think was it? Yes, right. Yes, back to that very random name that nobody else could possibly have. Miss Althea about me. Anyway, no, I'll say I this time. I have to, and I can't say we, I have to own this one. I was in court on the Friday. I think it was Friday before last. And there was one last matter. The defendant, of course, was willing to go to mediation. I think it was malicious destruction of property and assault. The complainant had come in. It's one of those matters I usually check, or we usually check to make sure the complainants are there, because sometimes they're out there. The police told them to come to court. We do not know that. Strictly speaking, for mention dates or case management dates, they're not really required, but they're always welcome because it's their matter. And we have had instances where we have dealt with defendants. I will tell the clerks, always check, always. Because we have had matters where we have dealt with matters, the defendant is honestly only for the complainant to come in upset that no one called them. Anyway, that almost happened with this gentleman, so he came in upset. Now in court, the little things do matter, body language and demeanor. Because, and those little things can mean the difference between a person getting bail and so on. Because for me, for us, if somebody comes into court, and again, we start from the premise that if people come to court, especially the criminal court, you're already unhappy. You don't want to be there. Because if you're charged and you're guilty and you're going to say guilty, you're worried about your fate. If you are charged, but you know you're not guilty, you're upset because persons are telling lies on you. If you're a victim, you're upset because you're a victim. It takes up a lot of your time. You have to be waiting outside and so on. So they aren't happy. But again, we try not to make anyone unhappier. So we start from the premise that persons are already upset. But that being said, for instance, now if I have a defendant or a family member of a complainant, and I'm offering bail, or we're offering bail, putting in conditions, but they start acting very boisterously in full view of the judge and the court and the police, that can make the difference, because I'm saying, if you can act this way in front of the authorities, what is going to happen on the road? And again, I know persons will defer to us because of where we sit and who we are. But it doesn't mean, well, a wise judge would not let that go to his head, his or her head, because one, it can cause massive hair loss, and two, it might make you arrogant, right? But it's always about treating persons with respect. Anyway, this gentleman, he was obviously very upset. And reading the room, I was actually concerned that if he went home, he was going to escalate on the road. So the gentleman was willing to try the restorative justice. The defendant, the complainant, was adamant. And all he was saying, but look what the man do to me, man. And he was upset. So I went into my usual speech, explaining restorative justice, how it would work, and so on and so on. And this was one of the few instances I tried, but he was getting angrier and angrier. Then the clerk of the court, who I've known for a long time, he actually watched me grow in the system, very politely puts up his hand and says, "Judge, I think you're having a challenge with the vernacular. Do you mind if I try, in other words, him telling me I can't speak patois?" I was taken aback. I was so taken aback, I forgot I was a judge, and I said that. I said, "Who, me?" When I said that, everybody in the courtroom, police, the probation officers at the back, everybody nodded in unison, agreeing with him. I couldn't believe it. I was the mediator. When did this happen? So I said, "Judge, could you just rise a few minutes and let us have a talk with him?" So I got up, somewhat in a state of shock, went to the chambers. I saw my fellow judge. She's a senior there. She also does the return court. And I was just relaying the story to her whilst I was waiting on the person to pursue the complainant to try the restorative justice. Only for my beloved colleague who I've known for many years to say, "Come to think of it, Chester, I think it's true. I've never heard you." Yes, it was definitely an ego check on that day. Anyway, when I came back out, and I call it miraculously, he agreed that he wanted to try it. His whole demeanor had changed. And I think it's going to work out. Well, you see, that helps us as judges to sleep better at night, right? It really does, because sometimes when persons come and they want to just drop the matter right off the bat. I know sometimes it's because they can't bother with the time and so on, but if the underlying issues are there, we still try to persuade them to try the restorative justice, because we say it can't hurt. The only thing you lose is time. But at least you get a chance to address the underlying issues. And you know, funny enough, and I know I'm preaching to the choir here, most times when they go to the restorative justice and come back, what came out in the discussion is that the problem the person had with them, they didn't even know it was bothering them, and vice versa. Sometimes it's just a simple thing. Right. So I think I've spoken enough about myself today. But again, it is an honor for me. Oh, here's the second story. May I? All right. Last year, I think you had a restorative justice. Is it every year? Right. And I think at the time, the minister they're putting on a sort of street fair. Right. It was the day. The Minister Chuck, who I know is a very big proponent of restorative justice, as am I. And I think part of the reason I am here is because he has overheard me say it so many times that I guess I was a natural pick. Anyway, he had reached out to me at the time to see if I could pass through this fair. And it was actually a very good idea, and believe me, I wanted to pass through. But unfortunately, given the time I found out, I was literally in court. I think the chief couldn't make it either. But would you believe that that has haunted me for almost a year or so when Ms. Chevans reached out to me? Although it was, again, last minute, it was an absolute honor for me to be here, because there are so many stakeholders in the system that allow us to do what we do. It's a thankless job, but we make a difference. And so for me, it is an opportunity to not only be here to speak to you, laughing at my corny jokes, and I'll remember that forever, but to say thank you for all that you do. I know sometimes it's disheartening, you might be disillusioned, but don't give up, because we draw our strength and inspiration from you as well. And it is even through osmosis we learn from you as well. So, in conclusion, let us commit ourselves to exploring and promoting restorative justice as a means to transform our communities and fostering a culture of peace and harmony. Thank you all.
I am dumbstruck. I am so honored to have had Judge Crooks in my presence that I can no longer stand at the podium where he stood. But who better and more charming in personality? The only reason why Judge Crooks could have left his official duties today to be with us in our Restorative Justice Conference. Someone who hails from the cool, cool hills of Mandeville. Someone with a charming personality, you know. And I tell you, you could see it. You could see that beam on her face as Judge Cruz presented. Our very own, the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Education, Miss Grace Tunes McFarland. Ministry of Justice. Oh Lord, Miss, I tell you, I was gone into the cool, cool hills of Mandeville. Please, madam, please take your position.
Well, I've been asked to make a presentation to Judge. Could you step forward? You want to hold it for me? Right. Good afternoon, everyone. Who best to have, you notice I didn't say who better, who best to have validated our restorative justice program than a judge? The chief judge of the parish courts. I remember when Ms. Chevron shared the program with me, and the keynote speaker section said to be decided. I said to her, no man, try and get through to Judge Crooks. Yes. I said, as long as he's able, I am sure he will attend. And yes, sir, you did say some time ago how much you supported and that you were in favor of the program. So I said, the best testimony is from a judge. And you all today cannot say, ever hear the saying, as serious as a judge? Did you see that today? No, we have another side. So they actually bleed, they speak, they laugh. When appropriate. But you know, the first time, you know, Judge Crooks, I heard you speak and had me in stitches was when you said, I don't remember the exact words, but just imagine a sitting judge by the name of Crooks.
One more anecdote? May I? All right. Flashback to, this is on YouTube, isn't it? A flashback to 2013, started as a judge. Fast forward to 2016, I'm sitting in chambers minding my own business. Then Chief Justice Zayla McCullough calls me. I'm told I'm going to be reassigned to the halfway tree court to work in the corruption court. I paused for a moment and I said to myself, who said Chief Justice McCullough doesn't have a sense of humor? I literally said on the phone, Chief, you do realize my last name is Crooks, right? True story. And you're putting me in the then known as the corruption court. Anyway, so I started. Of course, that court deals with public servants who are charged with acts of corruption, police, and so on. Other public servants, anything to do with the public purse. But because of the case backlog, I also deal with major fraud matters. Anyway, one day I'm in chambers. Let me tell you how that court got a change of name. I'm in my chambers, again, minding my own business, waiting for court to start. That court is on the far side of the building, so you literally have to it's like a maze if you're not used to the place. You have to make an effort to get there. So I overheard two officers in the corridors looking for the court. So one of them said, hey, you know the corruption court there? And the other one says, yeah, man, the Judge Crooks court that. And I said, that sounds awful. So when I went into court that morning, even more resolute than I usually am, the clerk was saying, well, Judge, we have one of the matters that fall within our mandate, because as you know, this is a corruption court. I said, Sir Clerk, from henceforth, this shall be known as the anti-corruption court.
Well, there you have it. There you have it, you know. No boredom. Okay, so sir, just want to thank you for taking time out of your very busy schedule to have been here with us. Actually, you know, for the last 2 years, I've been really encouraging them to and get you to come and speak because I know that you're a believer in the restorative justice program. So thank you and for us finally getting you here and really spreading the word of restorative justice. And as you all know, restorative justice is a flagship program of the minister who really believes in his restorative justice. He wishes he could have been here, but I think he and I have been playing tag today. I went to another session of a meeting this morning while he was here. Then he came, and then I left to come here. But this is because both of us, we really want to support the restorative justice program. So I hope you'll find those little tokens
He left me hanging.
He left you hanging. No pun intended. So thank you again, Judge Crooks.
Our charming permanent secretary. Thank you, Madam Pierce. Ladies and gentlemen, sir, because of your humor, your sense of humor, I can now return to the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived at an integral part of our program, the lunch. I know you have been filled by the discussions we have been having so far, so now it's time for us to nourish our bodies. Lunch will be only an hour, please. And when we return, we'll engage in some breakout sessions. At that time, I will come back with the instructions. Enjoy your lunch.
So just a public service announcement.
share with a touch. It seems to me we could say it together in and out of mystery. I wanna be leaving for the love of you. More than I'm giving is for the love pure and true. Say it. This is my message to you. Don't worry about a thing. Worry about a thing, oh, every little thing. Gonna be alright. Don't worry. Saying don't worry about a thing. I won't worry. 'Cause every little thing gonna be alright. Don't worry about a thing. 'Cause every little thing gonna be alright. I won't worry. Don't worry about a thing. Every little thing gonna be alright. Don't worry about a thing. Don't let them fool you. Or even try to school you. Oh no. We've got a mind of our own. So go to hell if what you're thinking is not right. Love would never leave us alone. I in the darkness, you must come out the light. Could you be loved and be loved? Could you be loved and be Road of life is rocky, and you may stumble too. So why do you point your fingers? Someone else is judging you. Put your brother, man. Could you be loved? Could you be loved?
Ladies, gentlemen, just by way of update, so I know we are on lunch break, but you're not quite having the lunch as yet. But just to update you that lunch will begin to be served just in another 5 minutes. So we'll be showing a short video in just to keep you occupied whilst we await lunch. Thank you.
Yes, I know, but they're not complete because Nicholas didn't fill out a couple sections on it, and you know that every time you are late, I have to be doing your work and my work.
Good morning, Mrs. Brown. Look, can we talk about this later? Never hold it for things to do that.
This is the third time this week.
We never late Monday.
Really? You know, every time that you are late, you're affecting my work and my money.
You know what feel like say I feel like you're texting for me, you know. It's like, because everybody else later gonna deal with them, so. It's what? It's like you want to lose the work. They must say no. If me want to leave you, so, you're not gonna like.
Hey boy, you know who you're dealing with? Come on, some of you.
It is unfortunate that you're in this position, Mrs. Brown. As a supervisor, the expectation is that you will use other means of addressing unacceptable behavior by team members.
To be honest, I don't even know what happened. I was just so angry.
There is still some hostility between you and Nicholas, and a suspension will not help that.
I've apologized to the staff and to Nicholas. I don't know what else can be done.
Well, it is good that neither of you want to go to court. However, both of you recognize that Nicholas was harmed in the incident. And there is no broken relationship. So, if the two of you agree, I will make a referral to the Restorative Justice Program.
Welcome back to the restorative justice process. We're here today for the second part of the process, which is the conference. After meeting with you both last week one-on-one, we're here today where you both will be able to tell what happened and to see the harm that was caused and to see how it has affected you both and to see what we can do to repair the harm that has been done. The process will flow today. We'll ask Nicholas a few questions and we'll ask Ms. Brown a few questions, and from there we will try to collate an agreement if one can be reached.
So, I have great news. Lunch is here. Please remain seated whilst will be served soup at your tables.
In this great future, you can't forget. it's gonna be alright. So woman, no cry. Oh no, no, don't shed no tears. No, no woman, no woman, no cry. Hey, hey. Oh my little sister, don't shed no tears. No, no woman, no woman, no cry. One love, one heart. Let's get together and feel alright. One love, one heart. Let's get together and feel alright. Hear the children crying. One love. Hear the children crying. One heart. Give thanks and praise to the Lord, and I will feel alright. Saying, let's get together and feel alright. Let them all pass all their dirty remarks. There is one question I really love to ask. Is there a place for the hopeless sinner who has hurt all mankind just to save his own? Believe me, one love, one heart. What about get together and feel alright? As it was in the beginning, so shall it be in the end. Give thanks and praise to the Lord, and I will feel alright. Let's get together and feel alright. One more thing, let's get together to fight this holy Armageddon. One love. So when the man comes, there will be none of them. Have pity on those whose chances grow thinner. There ain't no hiding place from the Father of creation.
As it was in the beginning, so we shall be in the end. See, we all accustomed to sinning when we should be making amends. It's a war inside of my head, my weapon of choice is a pen. Leave my scars on a sheet of paper instead of me scarring a friend. Everyone is a friend, we ought to be thoughtful. See, together we feel resourceful. The religion is love and I'm an apostle. I swear by my rhyme book and it is chock full of prayers for everything to get better. For humans to get it together before we're remorseful, cause that would be awful.
One love, what about a one heart? One heart. What about let's get together and feel alright? Hear the children crying. Hear the children crying. Give thanks and praise to the Lord, and I will feel alright.
what you wanted us to be. We are what we are. That's the way it's going to be. If you don't know, you can't educate us for no equal opportunity. Talking about my freedom, people freedom and liberty. Yeah, we've been trodden on the wine press much too long. Rebel, rebel, yes, we've been trodden on the wine press much too long. Rebel, rebel. Babylon system is the vampire. Yeah. Sucking the children day by day. Yeah. It's the Babylon system is the vampire. Falling empire. Sucking the blood of the sufferer. Yeah. Building church and university. Oh, yeah. Deceiving the people continually. Yeah. Miss Adam, graduating thieves and murderers. Look out now, they're sucking the blood of the sufferers. Yeah. Tell the children the truth. Tell the children the truth. Tell the children the truth right now. Come on in. Tell the children the truth. Tell the children the truth.
Ladies, gentlemen, by way of update, lunch is now being served. Remember the plan? We're marching from my right, which is your left. And we're kindly asking all tables not to go at once. Thanks.
right. The truth I cannot hide to keep you satisfied. True love I know exists is the love I can't resist. So jam by my side. Ooh yeah, we're jamming. I wanna jam it with you. We're jamming, and I hope you like jamming too. We're jamming, we're jamming, we're jamming, we're jamming. I wanna jam it with you. I wanna jam it too. And I hope you like jamming too. I wanna jam it with you. Try to get my message to you. Well, I try. And I'm trying to get my message to you now. Whoa, well, I try. And I try, and I try. Ooh, yeah. Woy-oy, woy-oy, woy-oy. Feel it in the one drop, and we still find time to rap.
Rastafari. 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 Imperial Majesty. Empire is no, man.
Oh, please, don't you rock my boat. 'Cause I don't want my boat to be rocking. Oh, please, don't you rock my boat. No, no, 'cause I don't want my boat to be rocking. I'm telling you
Imperial
that, oh, I like it like this. So keep it steady like this. And you should know by now. I like it. I like it like this. I like it like this. Ooh, yeah. Satisfy my soul. Oh, yeah. Satisfy my soul. Every little action, there's a reaction. Oh, can't you see what you've done for me? Oh, I'm happy inside. Can't you see? You must believe me. Oh, darling, darling, I'm calling. Can't you see? Why won't you believe me? Oh, darling, darling, I'm calling. When I meet you around the corner, oh, I said, baby, never let me be alone. And then you hold me tight, you make me feel alright. Yes, when you hold me tight, you make me feel alright. Woman, can't you see? Don't you believe me? Oh, darling, darling, I'm calling. Can't you see? Why won't you believe me? Oh, darling, darling, I'm calling. Satisfy don't treat me like a puppet on a string. 'Cause I know how to do my thing. Don't talk to me as if you think I'm dumb. I wanna know when you're gonna come. See, I don't wanna wait in vain for your love. I don't wanna wait in vain for your love. I don't wanna wait in vain for your love. 'Cause it's summer's here, I'm still waiting there. Winter is here,
I crave your attention again. Good afternoon again, everyone. So, God does work in mysterious ways. So, I know that, amen. So, I know that after lunch, we were tracking on our program to have breakout rooms where the room would be split in halves, and the first half would go to either of the breakout rooms as scheduled. But because God does work mysteriously, we are keeping everybody together. So we'll all benefit from the information that will be shared. However, we'll be having a summarized version of the panels or of the breakout rooms. So whilst we're having lunch and enjoying our meal, the first panel getting themselves together to come will firstly be promoting an enabling environment. Is restorative justice a useful tool? We'll be first having that panel, and we'll be meeting right here, so we all will be able to benefit from the rich discussions. All right? So in just a few minutes, while we're having lunch, we'll be having this panel. And the members of this panel, well, I must apologize firstly for Ms. Veronica Stinak, the Regional Advisor for Human Rights and Law, UNAIDS. She will be unavoidably absent from the panel. However, we will be hearing from Ms. Carleen Temple Anderson, from the NFPB, National Family Planning Board, and Ms. Jonah Lee Robertson, the Director for the Restorative Justice Branch. And that panel will be chaired by Mr. Paul Bailey. He is the Director for the Legal Services Unit of the Ministry of Justice. So we're about to resume. So we now be going into our first panel discussion, which will be on the topic, promoting an enabling environment. Is restorative justice a useful tool? This panel will be chaired by Mr. Paul Bailey. Now, the Ministry of Justice is renowned for its commitment to quality, exemplified by initiatives such as the Restorative Justice Program, and I'm certain that you would agree, right? Now, in line with this ethos, allow me to introduce Mr. Paul Bailey, the esteemed Director for the Legal Services Unit within the Ministry of Justice. Mr. Paul Bailey, similar to the Restorative Justice Program, is a man of impeccable quality and dedication to justice. Please help me welcome Mr. Paul Bailey.
So now I must say I'm a little nervous because he has created great expectation in this room that since I'm so amazing and impeccable that I must be chairing this program with impeccable taste and quality. Let's just maintain these expectations as we start out recognizing the time that has been spent and the conversation that must take place. But I'm truly sure that we will all benefit from the discussion that is about to take place here. So as we are aware, we are gathered under the topic, promoting an enabling environment. Is restorative justice a useful tool? So as we're about to start the discussions, I want to just invite to the stage two of our presenters and speakers. So we will have Ms. Carleen Temple Anderson from the National Family Planning Board, the EEHR unit, and we also have Ms. Jonah Lee Robertson, Director of the Restorative Justice Branch. Please help me make them feel welcome as they make their way to the stage. So as we kind of try to break down the topic, there are certain key terms and certain questions that must be understood and asked to bring us to a better understanding. Some of the questions include, what is an enabling environment? What is restorative justice? And how is restorative justice a useful tool towards promoting an enabling environment? And our speakers here will be assisting us with that. So now I'll invite Ms. Carleen Temple Anderson to just make her presentation generally about an enabling environment and what exactly that constitutes. And then Ms. Jonah Lee Robertson will be speaking about restorative justice and how that features in the whole process of establishing and facilitating an enabling environment. So now we'll have Ms. Carleen Temple Anderson. Please help me make her feel welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. Always not the easiest to do it after lunch. And it's even worse when you're doing it when everybody's like, watch your time, watch your time. So work with us, please. We're trying to give you all that we had packed into the day. So again, enabling environment and human rights, it's a topic that is now becoming fashionable. There was a time when everybody was like, enabling environment is, what is that? Where is that? Who is that? It's becoming fashionable, and I am happy to be the one to present it to you. So, the first thing about enabling environment is that it's about perspective. That's where you start when it comes to enabling environment. It's always what do you see, what do you hear. And I've also learned that a lot of the times, what you hear is not what was said. A lie? True. And so, creating an enabling environment is allowing yourself the opportunity to be able to listen and actually hear what is being said. You know, they always say, come out of your head. That's the practice. And then, of course, you know, the perception is, when you see the 6 and the 9, are they really different? They are different because they represent and they mean different things. But depending on where you're looking, the angle you're looking, they look the same. So they will look the same. So again, your eyes deceive you. It looks the same, but it can mean different. Same concept. And again, the glass, is it half full or half empty? It's half something. The question is, which one you're going to take on? And so we start by saying, once we start working with persons, we have to recognize that customers from certain backgrounds and lifestyle are difficult to deal with. We start usually with that concept, depending on who the person is. And the fact is, restorative justice is about dealing with problems. That's where you start. So that's the whole idea, people coming up who have been problem or issues. And so you're starting with who is coming in front of me. So I'll move down. Oh, it's not moving in that one, so I am moving my own. I like you. Now I understand. I'm like, yeah, right. That's what I was saying. Funny. There you go. So I've done said that. Next. So the other idea with enabling environment that we have to consider is there's a big deal between equality and equity. And in our life, we always say, I just want to be equal. The reality is, no, when you look at enabling environment, equality is not really it. It's more on an equity level. Because we're not all equal. And we will never all be equal. Our circumstances are going to always be different. How many of you have 2 children inside the same house, and you swear that one born and grow down a road, and you grow one up a road? They were not grown in the same house. Sometimes you listen to your brothers or your sisters and say, who was your mother? Because I was there. That's the idea. So we have to recognize that in creating an enabling environment, equality is not the thing. It has to deal with equity. Some people will need more. Some people will need less. Now, how we work out with the law system, that's a whole different story, and that's MOJ's work. That's not mine. So from the Ministry of Health and Wellness, which I represent through National Family Planning Board, we have to be looking at persons from different stages and circumstances. Next, please. So how do we achieve enabling environment? How do we do this? So there are 5 components to it. And the idea behind it is when you're dealing with people, you take it from a customer journey map. So when you look at it from that sense, you're saying, okay, what's the journey your customer will be going on with you? How far can you take them? When do you leave them alone? When do you hold their hand? When do you stop? Before you can do anything with enabling environment, you must recognize the character or the actor. Who is this person coming in front of you? This person has a mother, a father. Are they the breadwinner? Do they have any health issues? Do they have any anger issues? All the different stories. Their educational level, are they employed? You have to see people as people. You have to literally look at somebody and say, you're a human being, you're a person. And everything else we have to now float around with. The scenario, when the person comes in front of you, what's the situation? We have a tendency sometimes to say, okay, you come from down there, and since you're from down there, it's okay, the expectation will be the same. In creating an enabling environment, we cannot put people in categories like that. Because I might have these characteristics, it doesn't mean that I am like everybody else. And my situation is not the same. A married woman that you have spoken to now, or a married couple that you have spoken to now, and they say, oh, it's another married couple coming. It's different conversation. And it might be the same issue. But the whole perception from both persons are different. So when you talk about an enabling environment, you're looking at how do you look at persons as individuals and not as a group. The next thing is, when you're looking at creating an enabling environment, you're saying, when this person comes to access service, what's the first point, the entry point? How do they enter? Where? Who is the first person this person will see? For us in the Ministry of Health, it's usually the security guard. And you know, if you go wrong with the security guard, you have one of those days. Because you have just become everybody else. So we have to take stock, when we're looking at creating an environment, we have to take stock from entry to exit. We want our customers, once we're engaging with them, we want once they enter into the space, they start feeling satisfied throughout the process. This is an opportunity, this mapping that we have, you look at their mindset. Can somebody just click for me, please? Yes. My friend Neville. Clicker. No, up more. No, up. You're gone. Wait, up. Yes. So the idea is, while you're here, the customer experience mapping exercise. Yeah, I should really have it, don't. So what you're looking at now, you see, but it's okay. I work with anything you give me, I'm good. So here we are. So areas to map, we call them service points. For you to understand how to create an enabling environment in any space you're in, what are your service points? Your first service point, your security guard. You need to analyze and ensure that the security guard is prepared. Now, one of the things that we need to understand is that once you have a service point, everybody comes to the service point, they have a purpose for going there. So I'll use the security guard. I cannot enter into the health sector unless this security guard allows me in. So I need to gain entrance. There are certain things I might have to do. So the purpose, the task or action, what do I have to do or say to gain entry? Your client must be clear what those things are. Your security guard must also be clear what the expectations are and what should happen. If you have to search my bag, have a sign that says, I have to search your bag. Don't just assume. That helps. The next thing is, always remember, two persons playing a part here. Security guard and the person who's trying to gain entrance. They have their own feelings. They have their own thoughts. This morning when they left the house, something happened. And they're walking now into this space with all of that. The bill not really pay yet. The person I'm supposed to pay with money and they don't put the salary in it yet. I don't know what is going on with government this time. Why the money don't go in the salary? You're walking in. People are coming as individuals with their own feelings, their own thoughts. The security guard also has his own feelings and his own thought. So it's almost like trying to understand how do we play balance. And that's why we tend to train security guards. That's why we train our professionals, for them to understand that when you're in this space, help the client. And these are ways to help the client. And then the actual engagement. Sometimes it's not what was said, it's how it was said. And sometimes it never said anyway, but it's how your face did look. So when you're aware of these things in creating an environment, you're able to stop and say, no, it's not about you. People have their own issues, but you have to understand, and when you're able to look at your customer, your idea is, we both want to have a satisfactory experience. That's the idea. We both want to leave feeling satisfied. So don't upset each other in the process. The next part is, yes, working well. Nice. So the big deal about enabling environment is growth is much more than a strategy. Enabling environment is about a mindset. It's a complex change process that involves the right mindset, the right processes. So when I go to the security guard, what are the processes that must be laid out properly for the security guard to follow and for me to be clear what is required of me? What is the experimentation? What is happening here in the engagement? And then you can reach a place where you can say you're creating an environment that is supportive. Next one. So creating an enabling environment, 6 things that you need to remember. Create a supportive environment where people are treated with dignity, respect, and feel empowered. A lot of us have to work on that in the workplace. Just our own engagement with each other. Not to mention in the family. But you have to start looking at how we do this. How do I support you in the space that we have to share? Meaningful partnership leads to comprehensive service packages. One of the major things that we've been working forever on with government is joint up work. The Ministry of Justice cannot do it by itself. You don't have all the skills that an individual need. Ministry of Education cannot do it by itself. When we're working with people, it takes everybody, all the ministries to work together. So we need to have meaningful partnership. It can't be you do this side. I listened very well while the restorative policy was being shared. And in my head it's like, wait, so Ministry of Health and Wellness has nothing to do with all of this? And I'm going to think it through and see if we should be in that policy somewhere. If it's even a referral. Because remember, the Ministry of Health has many, we do primary health care, so we're in the communities. So we have health centers all over. We need help, you know. You ever see, you saw the little fight with the doctor and the doctor beat up the girl, and you saw all of that happening. So things are happening. All things are happening. So we also need, and I hear you talk about going in the workplace. Ministry of Health and Wellness is a workplace. The regional health authorities, that's workplace. So let's see how we include other ministries as well. All right? And then you have implement right-based and people-centered approaches when providing and delivering services. I'll leave that. Encourage persons to report breaches and violations. Gentle people, if we're creating an enabling environment, people are going to complain. That's just how life is. Nothing is perfect. Give people the room and the opportunity for them to say that they don't like or they're feeling mistreated. And don't let them feel bad because they feel like that. Create a space where they can complain, but also create a space where it can be investigated. And then you can have, and which is what restorative justice actually doing. It is a really good tool. Then you have monitoring and improve. All your services should be monitored. For you to have an enabling environment, you cannot not monitor your services and say they're all good. There are going to be things that need to change, improve, and strengthen. That's when you deal with the gaps. And there's the biggest thing. Let your decisions and practices be guided by do no harm principle. Sometimes we're serving our clients and we know say it's not good for them. But we're not really doing what we need to do. Because we're upset. Because this client just come in and the client upset me. And it comes back to just the provision of services. There are times when we're offering a service and that's not what the client needs. We need to revisit our services. The next one, please. So this one now is rights-based approach. I had left that, which is a big one about enabling environment. As duty bearers, government, we're duty bearers, that's what we are. Our role is to reinforce positive engagements with our rights holders. As a ministry staff, you're a right holder, you're a duty bearer. But when you come in the health sector, you're a rights holder. So at different times you play a different role. We're just saying to create an enabling environment, you need to really be looking at are we helping to fulfill, respect, and promote people's rights? Whatever those rights are. The people-centered approach, all our actions and efforts reflect individual or population. We look at the person's needs, their circumstances, and their preferences. So when we're doing work with persons, we're literally saying, is this what you need? Is this how you prefer me to give you this service? And is your circumstance, what you're going through, really work well with the service I'm offering you? You find that a lot in schools. Some of our kids cannot learn the way that we're proposing them to learn. It's not possible. It's not possible. But we still do it the one way because it's the easy way. But it's easy for whom? Because the teacher stress out anyway. We need to find it. We need to figure it out. And it's all about creating an enabling environment. And on that note, I say thank you for listening.
So we would have just received quite a bit of food. We have been edified and educated as to what exactly is an enabling environment and what does it call for to actually facilitate an enabling environment. There was a question asked in the presentation just now that I think it's necessary to repeat, and it's something that we should ask ourselves. Are we helping to fulfill, to promote, and to preserve people's human rights in the provision of the services that we actually provide? Another thing that is an important takeaway is that in creating an enabling environment, we're supposed to look at a few things. Is there support? Are there partnerships? Are we applying the rights-based, people-centered approach? And have we created a space that allows for dialogue? So as we are going through our regular day-to-day lives and in the provision of the services that we do, we must ask ourselves these questions as we seek to create an enabling environment for the populace, for the society for which we provide these services. So I've taken a different approach. I've decided that as opposed to doing the bios before the speakers speak, I will give the bios after they speak, just so to kind of maintain or to kind of preserve the expectations. So as we're running through, recognizing the time, I'll just quickly run through the bio for Mrs. Carleen Temple Anderson. So she currently holds a position of Director of Enabling Environment and Human Rights at the National Planning Family Board. Over the past 20 years, she has had the privilege of working in the non-government, the government, the private sector organizations, in education, health, social development, and insurance sectors. She has a master's in communication for social and behavior change. Her first love is being an educator, and she holds a bachelor's and diploma in education, specializing in literacy studies. She's a part-time lecturer at the University of the West Indies. She is the author of the book Self-Nurturing Thoughts, 7x7, and also an inspirational speaker. It begs the question whether or not we have the same 24 hours in a day. She's passionate about treating people as human beings, irrespective of their health status, disabilities, education level, class, or status, or gender. She's always creating and looking for opportunities to think and act outside of the box, as I see demonstrated here today, as she looks at the need to create enabling environments that facilitate growth and positive change processes. And that is Ms. Carleen Temple Anderson. So now we jump straight into the presentation from Ms. Jonah Lee Robertson as she looks on the Restorative Justice Program.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. Good afternoon, everyone. You know, I sat and I listened to my co-panelist, Mrs. Anderson, speak about enabling an enabling environment. And she spoke about human rights. As we know, those are some inalienable rights that we are all entitled to by virtue of being humans. And you know what, I have a question. Why is restorative justice not a human right? Why is it not a part of those universal rights that individuals are entitled to? And you might be saying, but Ms. Robertson, what are you talking about? Let me break it down. So restorative justice being an alternative form of resolving conflicts and disputes, creating a safe space, I heard Mrs. Anderson speak about empowerment, inclusion, participation, dialogue, an enabling environment. And to us, an enabling environment is what we call a safe space. So really and truly, when you examine the principles, the tenets of restorative justice, we should be, or the practice, the principle should be a human right. It should not be treated so casually. Right, Mr. Troop? Absolutely. So with that said, I know I have 3 minutes, and so I'm going to connect restorative justice a little further. She spoke about the fact that there is a need not just for equality, but more so equity. And I believe that restorative justice is a solution to inequities. Because that space wherein you have the offender being placed to one side, the victim and the community to another, or there's silence on the part of the offender, or sometimes if we're looking at the conventional legal system, the victim is silent, and it's really the crown or the state who is speaking, then truly, restorative justice is that solution. It is that platform. And so in light of creating that enabling environment, as we as practitioners continue to do what it is that we're doing in our various centers or parishes and all across Jamaica, I am hoping that my team, who are here today and have been doing so well, we will recognize the important work that we are doing. This is not just any program. I always say this is a timely program, and it is a timeless program. And so when we look at respect, care, and dignity, those are what we practice and preach for restorative justice. And so this is what Mrs. Anderson would have said for an enabling environment, which takes us back to the conclusion of my entire presentation. Restorative justice should be a universal right for every single human being. That's all right. And then also, I want to highlight Mrs. Anderson's commitment, Ms. Knight, or Senior Policy Analyst, that the Ministry of Health will be reviewing the revised policy and they will be making contributions. So I hope you share the information with her so that way we can get that feedback. Because really and truly, restorative justice in its timeliness, it's not just applicable in the courts. It is not just applicable in ministries. It is not just applicable in communities. There's really no space, no relationship wherein restorative justice does not have a place. And so with that said, I'll turn over to Mr. Bailey, who will now welcome our questions and engage in further discussion.
Thank you so very much, Ms. Robertson. She has perfectly kind of tied everything together, enabling environment and its relationship with restorative justice. So I'll quickly take you through Ms. Robertson's bio now. So born and raised in the beautiful parish of Westmoreland, Ms. Robertson can be described as a fully Jamaican, as she says, in all 4 corners of the term. With an MSc in Criminal Justice, a Bachelor of Laws, and a Diploma in Leadership in Social Inclusion and Human Rights, she thrives to enhance the development of all spaces within which she is planted to grow and glow. Ms. Robertson is a proud mom of her daughter, Isabel Gisand, and she currently serves as the acting director of the formidable Restorative Justice Branch in the Ministry of Justice. So now, having heard from both of our speakers, I just want to invite some questions from the audience here. Is there anything else that you would wish to know about the relationship between an enabling environment and restorative justice, and how does restorative justice actually feed into facilitating an enabling environment? That's usually an indication that the facilitators or the presenters would have done such a comprehensive presentation, but there's a question here. One second, so that everybody can benefit from your question. I just...
Yes. But I want to ask you, given our society, and we tend to have a historical way in which we do things. Now, the enabling environment now is something I would consider new to change our behavior pattern and so forth. Now, as a society, where do you think we could start?
Lord have mercy. Thank you. There are many social agents to consider. So I will say that everybody has a part to play. So the faith-based organizations, you have work to do. With all due respect, you have a lot of work to do. If we are struggling with the family, you're next in line. And I am really asking for faith-based organizations to jump on board. Be a part of the restorative justice conversation. Get as many, because you have as many bars as churches. And this is community work. So I would recommend that faith-based organization, get them as much as possible involved. But with all due respect, we're going to have to rethink how we do it. Can't do it the same way that we're doing it now as faith-based organization. And this is not about the doctrine. And this is not about, it's more about how you do it. People are not hearing you the way that you are spoken over the years. People are no longer afraid to go to hell. Put it that way. In the beginning, we were afraid to go to hell, so that's why we went to church and everything. People are not afraid because people now know that if I ask for forgiveness, I can go to heaven. So that's the thing. So I'm doing the thing and I said, just forgive me, Lord. And I'm good again. And I do it again. So we have to find another way to do what we're doing. And it comes with reorienting and training. And we have a group of people who are willing and ready, and I'm committing to the Ministry of Justice that in doing the training around understanding how to reorient our thinking and mindset, we are available to assist. And there are civil society organizations who also work with us in that area who can assist in that process. I trust I've answered your question.
Thank you for that. Any other questions?
Thank you. Either of the panelists could answer the question, but I think from the restorative justice side, as someone who works in enabling environment and heads an enabling environment unit, I'm clear on that side. I'm more concerned about, in terms of the curriculum for training restorative justice facilitators, what part of that curriculum ensures that those persons who are facilitators, RJ practitioners, whatever you call them, are equipped to ensure that the space within which they operate is enabling.
Thank you, Mr. Lolo. I appreciate your question. For those persons who might not know, he's our policy analyst at JISTV. Now, as it relates to the training that we offer for restorative justice practitioners and how it helps us to facilitate that enabling environment, in our training, we have a module, particularly Module 8, that speaks to client diversity, and then also helps us to appreciate the various differences in terms of who we are going to be interacting and how we treat with these individuals. Every single Jamaican who comes to restorative justice is a Jamaican. They're a client. Mrs. Anderson would have shared earlier when she was doing her presentation how it is important to see and to know the person who is in front of you. And so it is the same way with restorative justice. In doing our client diversity, we explore all the various avenues, and again, we maintain respect, care, and dignity.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? So I have one question as we wrap up. I just wonder whether or not there are any barriers to restorative justice being a useful tool to promoting an enabling environment. Do you believe there are any barriers?
Thank you for your question, Mr. Bailey. There are barriers to anything that we do. It is not a perfect, nothing is perfect. We're human beings. The system is being administered using humans, and so it is prone to error. That's the first part of it. In addition to us being humans and the fact that we're prone to error, you have where, of course, sometimes our process is one that is voluntary, it is also confidential. And so whereas we do our best to ensure that public awareness is done for everybody to buy in and to come into the centers, the truth is sometimes persons might opt, whether it is at the initial stage or midway through the process, they might say, I don't want to do this anymore. Again, in keeping with our principles of respect, we respect individuals' decisions. And so if it is something on our end, for example, if it is related to the space, the location, we will make the necessary attempts to remedy those defects. But at the end of the day, we cannot force anybody to participate in the program. And so that is one barrier because we're relying primarily on voluntary participation. And of course, there are sometimes challenges in terms of spaces and resources. But outside of that, the process in and of itself, it's excellent. It has been working. You see the data, and we will continue to do great things.
Thank you very much. So from the responses we have heard today, I'm sure we... Oh, there's a barrier.
So there is the barrier of stigma and discrimination. And I'm raising it because as much as we train people from now until tomorrow, persons still have their own personal belief that steps into the work when we're doing the work. I am saying this to say we have to do more in changing our cultural perspective of things. How we perceive people, how we categorize people, how we treat with people based on the labels that we have placed upon them is not working for us. It's not even working for us personally. So I'm asking for us as a people to recognize that stigma, which is the label that you give to a situation or an individual, depending on what you think of them. And then discrimination is the way how you treat with them. Not treatment you prescribe because you said they're that person, then we prescribe this treatment. We need to address that in this culture of ours. And a lot of training happening, and we have to retrain, and we have to retrain. We need mindset training now, where people really and truly reset their minds. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So I was just thinking from the wealth of knowledge and wisdom shared here, we can understand and appreciate why these individuals occupy the space they occupy. So I trust and hope as we wrap up that we're all feeling a little bit more empowered, a little bit wiser, a little bit more emboldened to be brand ambassadors of the Restorative Justice Program. Because we can truly say that we see how it can be used as a tool, effective tool, to promote and bolster an enabling environment. An environment where the citizenry of this country feel that their own humanity and their own dignity is acknowledged and respected, that their voice is heard, and that they feel a part of the social fabric of our society. So thank you again for participating in this panel discussion. I want to thank our coordinators. I want to thank our presenters. I want to thank you, our audience, for your keen attention and participation. Have an excellent rest of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey and panel. And I know you thought that was a summary version, but wait until you see the next panel. They will give us a true summary. Right? So, and allow me to introduce the topic for the next panel discussion. It will be violence prevention in schools, restorative practices as a conflict resolution strategy in schools. I will invite the moderator who will introduce the team. I hope I get it right. It's Mr. Dwayne Gottsmer. Thank you. He will introduce the team.
Thank you. Afternoon, everyone. No, man. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, we're properly set up, so I'm going to invite my sprinters on with me. And coming out of the block, Shelley and Fraser Price. A joke, not really. We have Mrs. Colette Patterson, Restorative Justice Parish Officer in the Restorative Justice Branch. You can give her a little round of applause. Yeah. Yeah, sure. Coming up next, you seen? You seen? Almost, yeah, you seen. Let's see if him can do the pose. If you can do the pose, no, all right. Asafa! With the abs and all? Yeah, maybe. We have Mr. Richard Troop, Director, Safety and Security in Schools, Ministry of Education. You certainly can have a seat. And then Neville Charlton, and he's like a discus thrower, hammer thrower, something like that. But we're going to sprint through our session, and I'm mashing up the people in place. Give the panelists a round of applause, please. Yesterday was celebrated as somebody's birthday. Anybody know whose birthday was celebrated yesterday? Say it like you know it. Bob Marley. I have a prize for the table who can sing the loudest one of Bob Marley's tune that links to restorative justice, please. You hearing that table? All right. So we need a mediator to help us with all of those kinds of stuff. But yes, Bob Marley did have a couple of things that he said. And one love, one heart is really one of the things that kind of embodies what we're going to be talking about here this afternoon as it relates to restorative justice. He also said, judge not unless you be judged. And in the restorative justice program, that's what it allows for, us to have some conversation and talking so that you can see what else is going on. And then free speech carries with it some freedom to listen. And oftentimes, that's what these processes and so on helps us with. So, to kick off our discussion, just to kind of help us to understand what this whole thing of restorative justice is and how it's unfolding in schools, I'm going to invite Mrs. Colette Patterson to talk to us a little bit about it. If you want, you can stay there. I'll just give you the mic.
Thank you so much, Dwayne. And since we are demonstrating how it works in schools, I'm just going to be, you see, when you're getting old, you need things to lean on, right? So I'm just going to ask you just to lend me back the lectern just a little bit, but I'll try as much as is possible to be engaging. Of course, we're demonstrating how it works in schools, and since we're working with students, both from the high school and the primary school, I have to be engaging when I get into the schools, Mr. True. So, what is our theme for RJ Week? No, man. I have to try that again. Thank you so much, Peter Ann. I knew I could rely on you. And so I'm going to ask the room again. What's our theme for Restorative Justice Week? Transformation, peace, and harmony through restorative justice. And so, speaking on the benefits of restorative justice in school as a violence prevention tool and how it works to resolve conflict, I'm going to pull one word from that theme: peace. So when we talk about the benefits of restorative practices in the schools, here are the 5 benefits. I've summed it up in 5 benefits using the letters P-E-A-C-E. What's the word? Peace. So P, preventative approaches. So we understand that restorative practices is 80% preventative, and the other 20% is where the intervention comes in. So preventative looks at using preventative techniques, so like the affective questionings, the use of I statements. It goes counter to what we are used to. The previous presenters looked at change in culture, change in mentality. We're not used to speaking restoratively, right? And so we encourage individuals to use the restorative language, to use the restorative dialogue, use of the I statements, right? And so we encourage individuals to use those series of questionings that allows the fair process engagement. And because conflicts are inevitable, when the harm does occur, that's where the intervention comes in at the back end, at the other 20%, where we use the Restorative Justice Conferences guided by our trained RJ facilitators to guide us through and work through a resolution. So that's the P, preventative approaches. What's the P? Yeah, and you see, this is how we do it in the schools, you know, to ensure the participation, right? So what's the P? Preventative approaches. And then there's the E. It encourages behavior change through relationship building. And that's a core tenet of restorative practices, building relationships, building connections. Now, the more we're connected with each other, the less likely we would want to be in a conflict with people, don't? No? Yes? Am I correct? Do you agree? Yes, the more connected we are with each other, the less likely we'd want to be in conflict with each other, and the less likely we'll be in conflict with each other. Let me show you how it works. So, Kamar, you and I are close friends. I understand who you are. I understand your triggers. I understand your personality. So when you say something, sure, I Kamar that man, so she stay. But if I'm not quite, have a good connection with you, then it's quite likely that what you say to me will be more offensive, right? And so we say we encourage behavioral change through relationship building. And because of that, we'll be able to identify each other's triggers. We'll be able to understand each other's likes and dislikes and manage the varied personalities that we have to work with. So it's not just for students, but also for the school administrators as well. Many of our sessions look at how school administrators, teachers deal with teachers, teachers deal with students, and so on. And so we're saying it encourages behavioral change through relationship building. What's the E? Encourages behavioral change through relationship building. And then A, alternatives. It provides alternatives to dealing with conflicts. And that's what we do, restorative practices. We use the restorative dialogue, as I would have mentioned earlier, respecting self and others, treating each other with care and dignity. Yes? And conflicts, again, are inevitable. So we take steps to repair the harm, restore the relationships, and again, when someone does us wrong, we don't hold them out there. The students will say, Miss, harm cause malice. And we don't want to have that, right? And so we don't want to keep the person at bay. Man, make him stay east and me stay west. But we reintegrate the individuals when a harm occurs, right? And so we take responsibility for our actions. Restorative practices helps us to do that. Take responsibility for our actions. One of the hardest words to say is an S word. What is it? Sorry. Sometimes we say, choke on it, don't? Yes. And so we're saying take responsibility. And this is it, that in terms of violence prevention, we encourage individuals to take responsibility for their actions, make amends by saying, I'm sorry. So the A, alternatives to dealing with conflicts. What's the A? And then quickly, because O'Shane set us up, C, circles, use of circles. It's a unique technique. It creates safety, equality, equity, as was mentioned earlier. It allows everybody to be on the same level, even with equal seating. And it gives each other, every single participant, ownership of the process. So no one feels left behind or out of the circle. Everybody is in. And as it says, it's a circle. It's as we join together that we have the resolution. And so everyone has a role to play. So what's the C? Use of circles. Very good. I give you A for that. And then the final E, empowerment of all stakeholders. Yes? And so our school administrators, in these 2-day trainings, right, what we allow is that we allow every single stakeholder to understand how important their roles are. So in the 2-day training, we don't just want to see the students. We want to see the school administrators. We want to see the teachers. We want to see the deans of discipline. We want to see the guidance counselors. And very importantly, we want to see the parents, right? Because that is critical to the sustainability of the program. So it's not just going in and training, but it's ensuring that after those 2 days of training, each and every individual who participated in that 2-day training can now work together to ensure that they continue with those students who they say need the training. So we empower the stakeholders so you can continue to retrain, to train, to continue the techniques and the approaches that we have introduced you to. So again, the benefits of RP as a violence prevention tool is to P, it's a preventative approach. E, encourage behavioral change. A, provides alternatives. Yes. C, and E, empowerment. I hope that was abbreviated enough. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Certainly, I think we have some stars for a couple people. You get a star, you get a star, you get a star. We're doing it like Oprah style, but not with a bag of money. But we are running a relay, and you talked about empowering stakeholders. And if we're in the schools, somebody who can get us to talk to stakeholders, to interact with stakeholders, especially those who you mentioned just now, is someone well suited in the Ministry of Education. And so we move to Mr. Troop for his remarks. Please make him feel welcome.
Afternoon, colleagues. 2 minutes here. Oh, my minute's cutting down every minute.
You're a staffer, you can do it.
So first of all, colleagues, I want to just put some things in context. We have 1,010 public schools, over 400,000 students. The majority of our nation's students are students who are committed to learn. The majority of them show up at school because they value education. The majority of them show up at school because their parents understand the importance of education and would have invested significantly in them to get education. I'm saying that because sometimes we have to reframe our thinking. So yes, we do have a percentage of our nation's children that would have been demonstrating serious behavioral issues that oftentimes would have resulted in violence. Colleagues, our children will say that to us every day. Sir, him a chip. He mad out. Our children have to learn how to manage conflict and to manage conflict in a peaceful way. And that's why restorative practices is so important. That is why our 2 honorable ministers have bought into this particular partnership. Do not take that for granted. It is the value that the Ministry of Education would have seen in restorative practices as a tool to improve relationships among our students, parents and stakeholders why we have this kind of partnership. A partnership that is defined by a MOU. Evidence that is not just two ministers who want to make something happen, but it is signed by it is guided by an MOU that the technocrats in the ministry have a responsibility to make it happen. And that is why I am so grateful of the Ministry of Justice team. I am so grateful of my own team, as small as we are, because we are committed to this process of partnership because we believe in the tool. Now, having said all of that, let me put some other things in context. Behavior change is a process. It takes time. There is no silver bullet. And so we have to temper our own expectations as what is possible within a particular period of time. Is that understood? Very, very important. And before I sit, I want to say one more thing for you. Because as powerful as this tool is, we have to understand that we have to be committed to it for the long haul. Now, as a child, I grew up in a community. When we hear nomination day and election day, we fret. Because we know what nomination and election brings. And my grandmother, every night she prayed that we see the next day, and we really pray because of our vulnerability to the violence. I am saying that, and I wish my students were here when I'm saying this, because sometimes we take for granted what we have now, not understanding where we're coming from. And if this little country could have been exposed to the level of political violence that we were exposed to several decades ago, till now we have really a kind of free and fair election, and we don't even understand the value of what we have today. That sometimes we're taking it for granted. I am saying that to suggest that the violence that we now see in our country and in our schools and in our communities and in our families, we have the capacity to change that too. And restorative practices is one of the most important tools that is available. And it is for us as practitioners in the field to be committed to this cause, whether we are in the Ministry of Education and Youth or the Ministry of Justice. Now I hear Ministry of Health say that there's a place for them too. But it is all of us together working to bring about the meaningful change. And that's why the Ministry of Education is so committed to this partnership, because we believe for those children that really need help, these are children who are hurting children. These are children that are coming from broken homes and broken families. They will not change automatically. And I say to my education system, suspensions and expulsions by themselves will not bring about that change. We have to allow our children to talk about what was the conflicting situation and how could we have dealt with it differently, because we have a right and we have a responsibility to ensure that we are healing within our communities. Thank you very much.
Excellent, excellent points there. And I was listening to your interview on Nationwide, and I thought it was spot on. And one of the things that the joint-up approach that the MOU provides is a space where you can utilize the resources in a little bit more efficient way. You don't have to be duplicating efforts, and that's always good. So we create these spaces and places for young persons to have a voice and to talk things out and so on. But to see how they're working and if they're working effectively, I'm inviting Mr. Neville Charlton, the chairman for Youth for Peace, to talk to us a little bit about that. Neville, you're up.
All right, so good afternoon, everyone. All right, so I'm going to make mine really succinct and maybe 3 minutes. If somebody can put on a timer for me and let me know if I'm racing to the finish
30
line.
seconds gone.
Okay, so prevention is better than what? I want everybody to say it a little louder. Prevention is better than what? Awesome. As I listen to Mr. Troop spoke, I'm just going to condense it into the Denham Town intervention that we did with UNESCO and the importance of conflict resolution, especially from a restorative justice standpoint. We had about 30 students that we were training, and I remember 2 students got into a heated conflict. And what we did as facilitator, we took the two students aside and we started to have a conversation on what were some of the issues that were affecting them. And we have to, when we're looking at, especially RG, as the practitioners can attest to, we have to look at the underlying factors. So one, from Denham Town, the young man saw his brother shot in front of him, and he have another brother, and his brother said, listen, don't take no chat from nobody. At the end of the day, you have to push the thing and you have to defend it. Then the other man now was from a very volatile community, and he said, listen, sir, I don't know what I talk about, but this conflict thing now go work for you. But after taking them one side and understanding that a lot of these young men and young women are from unstable families and the communities that they are from and the broken families, then we get to understand the true meaning of how we can interact and engage with them. So one, our approach is really listening to the realities of our young people. What are the issues affecting them, right? And then we can basically, when you have identified those issues, the young persons, and a part of the RJ is really listening to what, persons have to say. So that's really it. Youth for Peace is basically a comprehensive program in which we want to empower young people with peace strategies, right? And how we can create a safe space for them to come in, engage, interact, and voice the opinion. Because at the end of the day, while I was sitting here, I just write this, that conflict is not the absence of agreement. Rather, it arises from differing opinions, interests, or values. It's a natural part of our everyday human interaction, and everyone in here at some point has engaged in some kind of disagreement or conflict. So conflict is not a bad thing. It can lead to growth, innovation, and stronger relationship. And the key component in teaching our students is that, hey, you don't have to avoid conflict, but you can deal with it in a more positive way.
Thank you, Neville. Thank you so much. So we switch from track and field to cricket. I'm just going to bowl one question. And I hope you do better than some other team in terms of, catching the ball. I just want to know, we're going to start with Richard and just come across. When you talk to the average person, what's a role that you see for them in supporting these activities that are in school, the restorative justice activities that are programmed in school? If you should, just pinpoint a stakeholder and talk to that stakeholder, what's your role? What can you do to advance this in school? All three of you just talk about that and then we wrap up.
I would say to any of the stakeholders in our school system, what is it that I could have done differently to manage the conflict differently? Sometimes because we are so caught up in power, and we think that the adult have the power and the teacher have the power. Sometimes, truth be told, as adults, we say some things and do some things that also trigger a response from our student. And I think sometimes we ought to be, mature enough and responsible enough and understand that we can always de-escalate a situation, how terrible that is. And I think that's one of the things I would like to say as my contribution.
Perfect.
For me, Dwayne, it's let the transformation, the peace, and the harmony start with us. So many times we are in the RJ conferences and we hear even adults saying, miss, me want this, me want that case to be done. Me want to put it behind me. And then you would ask them, what is it that you do? Make him turn over this, because normally in a conflict, the focus is on the other person. And so we're saying to our stakeholders, we have to adopt RJ, restorative justice, RP, restorative practices, not as a process, but as a way of life. Let it start with us. Let us live restorative practices, because it is only as practitioners, as we live it, will we be able to start transforming lives.
Excellent. Neville.
All right, so for me, definitely it would be to just listen and engage more. And from once you really start to listen to the different parties, understand the ideas, what are some of the issues, what cause some of those problems, that we can understand, especially in the education system. A lot of times students don't feel as if they are listened to enough, so we have to listen, really listen to them. And I want to say listen, you have to actively listen. And just something to attest to that, the similar factors that's affecting Jamaica is the similar factors that's affecting the Caribbean and Latin America. Went to a conference in Colombia, and the same pressing issues that Jamaica have is the same issues that Colombia, Barbados have, Trinidad have. These are some of the same issues, but from once they can listen to the students that they feel as if their voices are being heard, then we can lead to transformation.
Excellent, excellent. A round of applause for the panelists, please. I'll check to see if there are any questions, but while you're formulating the one question that you have, I'll just say that sometimes these things rob us of time. When I was growing up, there was an uncle that I had. Every time he's coming to the house, he's bringing me 2 or 3 Suppligen. And then he just coming to the house, and I'm wondering, well, what's going on? My dad and him had a little falling out. And then 10, 15 years down the line, they reconnect and everything was good again. And I'm saying, but guys, I've missed 10, 15 years of Suppligen. You know, so, and some people miss bigger things than that. But I'm just saying, some of these things can be talked over. Some of these things can be worked out that just make things easier, not just for the 2 of them, but for other people who are also affected by the situation. Opening up for one question, going once. Yes. Yes?
You spoke about listening. One of the things I find is that people listen to respond and they don't listen to understand. And that is a big issue. And so we need to listen to understand and not just listen to give a response.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you so very much. And we're listening to you not just to only give a response, but to thank you also for staying with us and listening to the contributions of the panelists. Another round of applause for them. Thank you so very much. Thank you for having me. It's been really great. We turn over to the lovely moderators for the sessions.
Thank you, sir. Can we give another round of applause? Certainly, such informative discussion. And I know we're leaving from this conference today enabled with information on how we can effect the changes. And at this time, we'll be handing out some tokens. The personnel who are in charge, please come forward.
Right, so I believe that the tokens will be handed out to the panelists. We are inviting you to, yes, please don't leave without it, as I'll take it. I'll take it. And we're inviting the RJ staff, 6. All right, so the tokens will be handed to Mr. Troop, Mr. Guzmer, sir, you as well, and one, Jermaine. One more, Amelie. And I just want to say thank you to the persons who now left until everything pulled down. Thank you. Yes. Yes. Mr. Taylor. These persons.
All right. So at this time, I would like to invite Mr. Guzmere, a mover and shaker in the preliminaries of a legal education. And so as we, the Ministry of Justice, would have had the opportunity to pull you out of your office to come here, you know, and to share in the panel discussion, we're giving you this token to say thank you so very much. We really do appreciate it. We appreciate it, and we hope that, you know, it will go far way in saying thanks.
Thank you.
Right. And RJOs who will be and RJ team will be handing over the other tokens. Please do not feel pressured to give those nice words of appreciation. We thank you so much for coming. They'll just be handing over the tokens, and we'll be moving to.
All right, I'm inviting now Mr. Andrew Hagen. He's not, oh. Mr. Richard Troop. Mrs. Scarlett Kerr Patterson. Mrs. Neville, Mr. Neville Charlton. I am so excited to show our appreciation. The words are slipping. And the lady of the hour, Mrs. Carleen Campbell Anderson. Miss Carleen Campbell Anderson. Oh, okay, I'm so sorry.
All right. As we close, I know, can I have our undivided attention? It has been such a good day. Today has been very informative and enriching. The Restorative Justice Program must be commended for its continued relevance and its impact on the Jamaican schools, churches, and communities. We confidently promote RJ because of it has a long-lasting reputation of success. Leading this hard-working team and the Restorative Justice branch is Miss Joanna Robertson, and she will come to offer her vote of thanks. Please give a round of applause to Miss Robertson.
Thank you, Mrs. Kennedy. All right, so I recognize that, persons have been patiently waiting for the closing, not because you want us to finish, but because you have spent such an amazing time in our presence and you're ready to continue with your journeys out of Kingston for those persons that are going far. So I use this opportunity to say thank you so very much on behalf of the Ministry of Justice. It is my esteemed privilege and honor to extend our appreciation for all your efforts, and especially for those persons who are seated here. I am appreciative of our stakeholders, all the persons who would have participated in today's program, allowing for it to be the success that it is. I hope that as we exit this space, we will not just be leaving physically, with the nurturing that we would have received, but we're also going to be leaving with the knowledge and the testimonies that we would have heard and the importance and the impact of restorative justice. So that way, when we return to our individual spaces or centers or parishes, we can continue to champion restorative justice and possibly spearhead the efforts of the ministry and by extension the country in lobbying for restorative justice to be one of those fundamental human rights of all citizens. With that said, on behalf of the hard-working Principal Director of the Social Justice Division, as well as our Permanent Secretary or Minister of Justice, the Honorable Delroy Chuck, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. And as you are doing the closing and the celebration, I'm going to invite the Principal Director to please come up to the front so we can do a final presentation, and then we will officially close off today's ceremony. Miss Jamie and Chevans, please. Well, the good thing about it is that when you are appreciated, it does not matter your attire, you're being appreciated for your efforts and your hard work, right? So with that said, we were able to conclude today's conference of the 15th staging of Restorative Justice Week, or as part of the 15th staging of Restorative Justice Week 2024. And I'm sure we can all attest to the championing efforts of Ms. Chevans. And so on that note, we are presenting her with this beautiful orchid to say thank you, Ms. Chevans. And we trust that as we maneuver through the rest of Restorative Justice Week, you will be able to savor your efforts and that you can sit back and relax and say, truly, Restorative Justice Week 2024 was a success. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of what I would call a successful conference. Amen? Amen. Can we please stand for the national anthem as we close?
You know,